first spark off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now.
All right, we'll give them a good wave.
Fly, Bravo heading, cleared for takeoff.
Bravo heading, clear for takeoff, watch your right.
Welcome, everybody, to Minnesota's aviation mecca, Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport on a wonderful Wednesday for live plane spotting right in the middle of the action from one of the busiest hubs in Delta Airlines network, the main operating base of Sun Country Airlines. All kinds of private jets, cargo aircraft, and we're going to catch the action all from one of the best aviation locations in the country at the MSP Airport aircraft viewing area for the live plane spotting. And I'll tell you what, today it's a hot summer day. It's great outside. We got nice sunshine. We've got partly cloudy skies, and it is busy, especially on a Wednesday, as many of you will come to find. And walking you along through today's action, I'm Alex Redding, and we are also joined by the one and only Paul Hansen. Captain Paul has returned for the first time in a long time. You've been gone. You've been busy. Kind of talk about what you've been doing in your time away here from co-hosting. So great to have you back, and happy Wednesday.
Well, happy Wednesday to you too, Alex, and everybody who's watching. It's been a long time between flying my normal trips on the Airbus 321 and 320 series aircraft. I've been family, and then I have a radio show that I do as well, and voice acting. So I got a lot of things in the pot. But whenever I am home and I do have the opportunity to spend it with you guys, I love to come back into my roots and hang out with you, Alex.
Wind estimated 160.
We're certainly happy to have you here, and well, we're just jumping right into the action. We got a full crew today. Logan's with us. I know that. He's on the camera right now as we get started. So, Paul, you're going to be keeping track of flights for us today. We have a 737-900ER that's on taxiway Whiskey, making its way to runway 17 for departure. The 12s are active today. We'll be spotting runway 12 right in front of us. Also, a little bit of the north parallel, runway 12 left. 17 will be handling most of the narrow-body departures today, but where's this 737-900ER going?
Well, that's going to Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
You know, you go from this heat to that heat.
That is 100% correct. I would rather take this heat than that heat, because they probably have it much worse.
They do.
Well, we're talking about the heat all the way over there in the American West. Former Red Tail, we have a salute there with a ex-Northwest Airlines Airbus. Is that an A319?
It is a 737-900.
No, the one that was in the penalty box over there.
On the penalty box.
Yeah, on one of the 1-2 right de-ice pads.
That one right there is a...
On Alpha 8 cross Whiskey.
That is going to Houston.
At Alpha 8 cross 12 right Whiskey, Delta 2594.
And it is Delta 9960. And I know Houston's going to be a little bit sticky down there today as well.
2287 monitor tower 126.
Certainly will. And also want to let folks know that we actually have some enhancements to our on-screen graphics package. We decided to change it up a little bit. Got rid of that scrolling ticker on the bottom, as some of you are probably familiar with at this point, and we've replaced it with that live flight board for you. Now, it's been a work in progress. We've had to deal with more pressing backshop technical fixes that have kind of kept us from working on some of the enhancements to our show, but now that we've kind of gotten out of the woods a little bit, we're able to kind of start working on more of those things.
Absolutely. Alex, that aircraft that's right in front of us, that is a 319 Delta Flight 2594 going out to Philadelphia this afternoon.
And then
Ex-Red Tail, former Northwest Airlines aircraft. It looked like a 319.
Short of kilo, Delta 2594.
And it is a 319.
It is.
17 Charlie 6 Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right, American 362.
662, I'm going to amend the route, just continue.
There's been a little bit of backup on the East Coast with LaGuardia and Newark, so you'll see a few aircraft that are on ground sitting it out here at MSP.
American 2519 Minneapolis, wait for the company to pass the tail behind, so you're left there, then you're
seems to always be Newark and LaGuardia always has a ground hold, and God forbid it rain, then that even throws even more into the system.
Well, this past Sunday, Denver and Chicago had ground stops.
That's right.
So we had some major disruptions to routes in and out of here that were going to Chicago or going to Denver, and believe it or not, those are the two most popular routes when we're talking about services in and out of Minneapolis-St. Paul, because you look at the volume of flights and just where they're going, you look at the flight boards, you look at the flight schedules, Denver and Chicago are kind of trading blows for that top spot as to who has the most popular route among all airlines in and out of Minneapolis-St. Paul. And when you have, two of the most major connections as far as flight frequency goes, I mean, that's certainly going to leave a dent in the disruption index. But for Denver and for Chicago airports.
Absolutely. And on the 4th, I was going into Chicago, and weather had blown through, but it hit back. I hadn't held going into Chicago in quite a while. And we had a lot of holding going into Chicago, metering and so on and so forth on the 4th of July, which typically you wouldn't expect to see a lot of traffic, especially midweek while everybody is out enjoying it. And so that was on Friday, and I did not expect to see that happening on the 4th of July.
We got another 737-900 ER taxiing by on Whiskey.
Delta Flight 2287 heading on down to the refreshing Phoenix.
Again, they can keep that dry desert Southwest heat.
When I was Vegas-based, I was on reserve and wanted to get out of the crash pad of ours, and it was 118 degrees, and I think I got in about 3-4 miles of walking, which was foolish. But,
Sky Harbor, for those who are not familiar, because I've connected through Sky Harbor Airport in Phoenix, it is huge. It's a humongous airport. And you have to make sure, and I learned this the hard way, folks, I speak from experience, if you don't plan your layover for long enough time, at least an hour or more, you don't have much insurance if your flight gets in late. I mean, you might be missing your next connecting flight, especially if your connecting flight is departing on the complete opposite end of the terminal.
Absolutely.
And that's what happened to me and a friend of mine. We actually were doing a mileage run. This is all the way back into 2022. In January, because we went from here to Dallas, from Dallas to Las Vegas to Phoenix, and then we were supposed to travel from Phoenix back home here to Minneapolis on American Airlines, which we're also looking at here with the 737-800. And when we knew our connection was going to be a little bit tight because it was about maybe a 50-minute layover. So we were aware of the risks that we were taking, but we did not anticipate, because we actually arrived 5 minutes early. So we thought, okay, we're making some good time.
Sure.
We got to the gate. The jet bridge was having issues. And at that point, we knew we were in trouble. And especially because we were in the back of the plane, we knew that everybody's getting off from Vegas. Oh, they're just slammed. It's late at night. Everyone's taking their time getting off the aircraft, and we're just sitting in the back sweating bullets because we're not sure if we're going to make our connecting flight.
Right.
We had to go all the way to the opposite end to make our connecting flight. We're thinking to ourselves, the only way we're going to make it is if we have the speed and agility of Usain Bolt. Because we don't, we're going to probably miss it. We made an attempt to get to our gate, and the aircraft was already pushing back for Minneapolis. So we thought, you know what? Now we got to drop plan B. So we went to the Admirals Club. My buddy had access. We kind of spent an hour on the phone with the credit card agency, customer service, the airline, and eventually what worked out in the end is we got booked on Delta. A red-eye from Phoenix to Atlanta was available. We hopped on that flight, connected through Hartsfield-Jackson. Then we hopped on our final flight home from Atlanta to Minneapolis on a 321-200 in the morning. And that was the only flight that I got to take in first class. And, what was a mileage run that took advantage of a mistake fare that was about $146, $150 turned into an over $1,000 endeavor just because of that one hiccup in Phoenix.
Isn't that crazy?
It is.
Yeah. The weather can have such an effect. And especially on, here up in the Midwest when we had those just really, really cold times, jet bridges weren't working correctly, the fuel trucks weren't working correctly, and in fact, some aircraft could not fly due to the temperature that we had that one winter. And I know they have the same issues in Vegas and also down in Phoenix.
9960, fly runway heading, runway 17. Clear
Really
for
has an effect on a
Runway
lot of the
heading, clear for
equipment down
takeoff,
there.
runway 17, Delta 9960.
American
does.
362, runway 17, line up and wait.
Seems like we've got most of the. There's been a few departures going off 12 right, but majority today, Alex, has been 17s.
American 2519, Minneapolis Tower.
The majority has gone off of runway 17.
Runway 22.
But we're going to get most of the landings in front of us. And that's going to be very entertaining. I like it when we have 12 ups because we have the opportunity to catch those landings up close.
You bet. You
And
bet.
since we're basically right across from the touchdown zone on runway 12 right on this end of the runway, we get to see the smoke. We get to see all of the buttered landings that are made today. Now, I also want to bring this up, folks. We're going to have to keep an eye out here for Delta 258 Heavy that's off to Dublin this afternoon and evening because the captain aboard that flight actually reached out to us on Monday with an email and just getting to connect with him. So incredible. And so he's going to be giving us a wave. He's going to be giving us a salute.
Yeah.
He's
Isn't
also
it
an
amazing?
ex-Northwest head, too, as well.
Yeah, it's amazing the aviation enthusiasts that tune into the multitudes of on-airport property shows. And when you get an international following like we're getting, it really shows that we are doing something good out there.
The 9960, turn right, heading 215.
It certainly does, and I want to give a big shout-out to Captain Brian from Delta, who will be in command of Delta 258 Heavy with the A330-200 tonight to Ireland.
I will be on that flight in September.
Oh, wow. Well, I could say is have fun.
I think we will. I've been to Shannon, but I have not been to Dublin. So I am looking forward to that. When I flew corporate, we got into Shannon a few times. And so I am looking forward to that. We get American Airlines just passing in front of us, and they are also 737-800, and they are heading to Phoenix as well.
Were we just talking about Phoenix?
Uh-huh.
Yep. And also American Airlines, too. Funny how that all timed out.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some pretty decent timing, I guess, for some of our references recently.
Charlie, hold short of runway 12.
Absolutely.
Alpha Charlie, short of 12 right for runway 17, Delta 1605.
American 362, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
Want to give a big shout out to Upside Down World. Welcome to Economy. Thank you so much for becoming an MSP Airport Live member, supporting us on YouTube. Have fun with those member emojis. And if you want to have an interactive stream experience, consider supporting us and just what we do out here on YouTube. We're also through Buy Me a Coffee, links in the description as well.
Delta 1605, monitor tower 126.
And so the Buy Me a Coffee subscriptions and contributions, that actually goes towards our general fund. So that helps us, pay the bills.
Absolutely.
Because
And
network data and what it takes to do this, it is not cheap.
No, absolutely not. So we certainly appreciate all the support.
100%.
Not much in the lineup right now to landing. We do have a few, like we saw earlier, we've seen a few aircraft making their way down to runway 17.
Country 425, turn right, heading
Phoenix.
215, contact departure.
Then over on the north runway, we've got a flight, and that one is going up to Regina. That is WestJet.
And that would be the Dash 8 Q400. There are not
Yes.
very many
205
airports
Minneapolis
that
Tower
feature
at
that
Charlie,
airplane in
cross
regular
runway
service,
12
especially
right,
here in the
join
United
Whiskey,
States.
cross runway-
Yes, right there. You can be part of the community that supports this great opportunity at MSP International Airport.
West Cargo Apron, West Quebec, ready, deck.
Country 3029, Minneapolis. Let me track down your paperwork. Don't show that in front of me yet.
Had some kind of nasty weather over the weekend, which kind of threw
3029.
a wrench in the loop, but we've had some fantastic weather in the last 48 hours. Alex.
17, we have Quebec and
It's a great opportunity to come out here and enjoy the aircraft watching.
Absolutely.
You know, we have the new airline, Discover.
We do.
Which is it's its first year here, because if I'm not
Okay, thanks.
wrong, it's the first year for Discover.
It is the first year for Discover Airlines. So what
Please tell us
has
that.
everything to do with Lufthansa not having enough wide-body aircraft
Okay.
to regularly and routinely run their service here to Minneapolis-St. Paul. They want to hold on to this market until they have enough large jet capacity to continue flying here regularly.
Okay.
And they're having their new low-cost leisure travel airline subsidiary Discover kind of fill in for them in the interim before Lufthansa can, get the aircraft numbers up and fly back here. And the Airport Commission, I would assume, based on the numbers that Lufthansa had since they started June 4th of last year, they had excellent performance
Sure.
in this market, and so they are expected to make a big return. So that is good news. We just get Discover in the interim.
Okay, what happened to Condor?
So with Condor Airlines, an obscure German court ruled that Lufthansa does not need to give access to its route network with
Okay.
Condor. And Condor pulled out.
Oh.
The EU was a little upset by this.
Sure.
So there's a big controversy over Condor just pulling all of these routes out of their network.
Okay.
They ended up reinstating quite a few, but Minneapolis was left off of that reinstatement list. So we lost Condor, we lost Lufthansa temporarily.
Yeah.
We gained Discover. We'll get
Sure.
Lufthansa back. We're unsure if we'll ever see Condor ever again. The last year may have been the last year to ever see that airline here at this airport.
Okay. Boy, they really had to act fast, didn't they?
Minneapolis Tower, turn left heading 140,
They sure did.
runway 17, clear for takeoff.
The alley so I can push Delta up the other side.
Under that top of the alley, 76814.
Just the A330. There's 4 of them in a row there. Oh, yeah.
So look at all the A330s lined up here at Concourse G. That is a common sight here at MSP Airport.
Absolutely. You've got Discover mixed in with the Delta flights. And I thought Discover was going to park over at Terminal 2. But
No, they're at T1.
2594, runway 17.
So they're kind of keeping the seat warm for Lufthansa, or kind of holding their place in line until Lufthansa can return. So that gate space at Concourse G and at Terminal 1, just in particular, is starting to come at a humongous premium.
yeah, it absolutely is. All the new
2821.
renovations they've put into that terminal is absolutely amazing. The new Delta Club is there, which has a phenomenal view of the runway. It's a beautiful club. And across from us,
Country 3029.
we got
contact
Delta
departure.
2821, which is a 717. That's heading on down to Charlotte. My travels in the last week were
2821. Your
all
sequence
East
will be behind
Coast.
Sun Country on the
Alex, I
left at
had
Yankee.
Myrtle Beach and Pittsburgh
Roger, Yankee.
and Latrobe,
Join,
Pennsylvania,
behind
which
Sun
is
Country, Delta 2821.
not
Delta
too
2594,
often
turn left heading
served
120,
by
runway
only one
17, clear
airline.
for takeoff.
So that's where it took me this past week. Kind of glad I didn't have to go into LaGuardia or Newark. I just dealing with all that traffic just gets to be a little bit frustrating.
Stand up there, 36 seconds.
Oh, I'm sure.
917, thanks to be Alpha Charlie, hold short of runway
When
93.
Newark was down to
17, Alpha Charlie, short
one
1 to right,
primary
Delta 36.
runway, I was in line to go down to Orlando, and I was number 27. So
Wow.
that got old.
Want to welcome in the third member of our on-air crew today, RJB. And I thought you were going to take the day off, but you wanted to come out here and enjoy the awesome weather. We're certainly happy to have you. I know they had some stuff going on this morning. Hope that went well.
Yeah, I just came from there, so I'm going to be a little bit immobilized, but I caught something before it could become a big problem, so...
Well,
That preventative care, yeah, and we're glad you made it, and we're glad that you got that preventative care, because that's the most important care that there is. And I don't think that, not everyone realizes it, but the more that you do to just kind of make sure that everything is good just with you, and just to make sure that you know what next steps to take, that can make all the difference.
Yeah, I just have to watch my left arm a little bit.
Well, I haven't seen you in a long time, so it's
Captain
nice.
Paul, where have you been?
Oh, everywhere but home.
Yeah, I know that feeling. My dad came and went.
Yeah.
Came and come and go. I got to spit that out right. My mind is still a bit unnerved after what I was just having to deal with.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I had a trip on the East Coast, and I was able to bring my wife for the first time on a layover, which was
there you go.
So she has never flown with me before. Maybe that's out of deliberate. Maybe she was deliberate about that.
Well, I know there were some times when my mom flew to Honolulu from here to kind of sit and hang out in the hotel and have time with my dad as he came and went on flights between there and the Orient. So,
yeah, she hung out in Myrtle Beach while I ran up and down the East Coast, and she hung out by the pool, enjoyed herself, and
We got the Marvin Windows Beechcraft 1900D on the move.
Yep.
2884 Minneapolis, afternoon push to the cruise, runway 17.
Better push 17 Delta 2884.
Now, we have some interesting propeller-driven aircraft that are regulars here at MSP Airport. Paul, to that, which one is your favorite to spot? For me, it's the ATR-42. We'll see that tonight.
Ooh.
Who's asking?
I like that one as well.
2821 affirmative.
I'm still a big fan. I remember when Marvin's got the 1900. I was flying an Aero Commander out of Duluth for Angela Synthetics. It was pretty cool to see that 1900 every day, making trips back and forth between Warroad and Minneapolis with crews from the window manufacturer. So that was kind of neat.
Delta 1042 Minneapolis.
But I do like the Caravan as well.
Runway 12 right, join whiskey.
Mike Cross 12 right, join whiskey, up 1042.
I was in Belize and took caravans through the country for a couple of days back in October.
Alright,
That's kind of the
Charlie,
means
clear cross
getting
12 right on
around
whiskey, clear cross 422, Delta 1036.
The Caravan.
Country 407, turn right, heading 215, contact departure. Tower 5814, monitor tower 126.7.
Right across from us, we've got Delta 1042. It's a 320. Heading on down to Austin.
you know what that means.
Oh, RJ's got to get up and make her salute to a Northwest Airlines aircraft.
And I don't like it when I miss them.
I know you do not. I know you don't. The 320 workhorse of Delta Airlines and a lot of U.S. carriers are. It's the Airbus series is a workhorse of that, along with the 737. I fly the 320 frequently, but enjoyed the 321 just a little bit more.
Charlie 17, Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short of 12 right, Delta 2885.
Austin has become a very popular airport. We're seeing flights from Europe coming into Austin, as well as all the other domestic operators as well. British Airways goes into Austin. I believe Lufthansa as well. In front of us, we have Delta 1036. It's the 737-900 heading on down to the mothership of Atlanta. Those flights are always full. Have you tried to get to Atlanta, RJ?
Well, when we were down in the Tampa area, that's
That was how you got out of there.
That's how we got to places sometimes.
Absolutely.
So we had to go through Atlanta, and Delta runs about hourly flights between Tampa and Atlanta. So,
Yes, they do.
12, 13 flights a day.
Hopefully, as a non-rever, you get out by the end of the day.
Well, we weren't non-revving, so it got to the point for us. We really, we were doing things that we really needed to get places.
Sure.
So
Sure.
it reached a point we just paid the fare.
There you go.
And that way we had a seat.
Absolutely, yeah. That's get rid of that stress point. We got SkyWest 814. It's the E175 of the Embraer family, heading over to San Francisco. It's amazing how these smaller regional aircraft have expanded the distances over the years.
Oh, that's for sure.
It used to be, they'd go up to maybe Chicago was the longest they went, or Fargo, and stay regionally. But now they're taking them beyond that level. And I'm even seeing some of the regional aircraft out of Miami, out in San Juan, Puerto Rico.
67 Old Monitor, Sun Country 605, CL.
In the days of seeing all kinds of props from the ATRs to the Brazilias, Beach 1900.
Gerald!
Delta 5064 Minneapolis Tower.
There's Gerald.
Wind, estimated 16009, runway 12 right, settle on.
They come and go.
Runway 17
They missed you.
Yeah,
It's been so long since you've been out
I
here.
know. I know it's been a
1036
long
affirmative.
time.
I didn't know if I gave it to you already, but 17 line up away.
I think I've done my little trip to Colorado to ski since I last saw you.
Yes, yep, you certainly have. I haven't been back. We had the open house
1286 Minneapolis Tower.
meeting, and I
Behind the
stopped by
220
for
left
that
to
for a
right
short time.
On the whiskey.
And then,
Mike,
but I haven't been back
cross
since
runway
the
12
open
right,
house
join
that we had
whiskey.
here this past spring, which was great because we had a lot of great fans that come out and watch us on a regular basis. We got to meet a lot of the people that either make comments or big fans and even contributors.
Sun Country 1985, runway 17, line up away.
By the way, want to let both of you know that Logan has actually made the run to the holiday convenience store, and he's asking us what we want to drink.
25,
So he's going to go do a little goodie run for us.
November, hold short, runway
That's
17.
fantastic.
1042, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
Right there, 215, departure up 1042.
Right in front of us, we got Delta going down to Milwaukee. And that is the Airbus 220. Or the newer.
And the 717 behind that.
Yes. And I love the 220. It's a comfortable ride. I personally will never fly one, but it's certainly a comfortable ride.
Whiskey, cross runway 22.
Alright, clear to cross 12 right at Charlie, join Whiskey, clear to cross runway 422, Delta 2884.
Sun Country 1985. Turn left heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
We got an aircraft landing on
runway
12 right here shortly. I'll pull that up for you, Alex.
Also, just in case if you folks were wondering, no, we did not miss KLM. They just didn't come today.
Right.
So they canceled. That was sort of a last-minute thing, it looked like.
Absolutely.
2462 Minneapolis.
Kind of bummed it'll be on its way out of here at around 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Landing on 12 right, we got Delta 1564 that's coming in from St. Louis. It's a 717.
605, runway 17, line up away.
Starting to pick up some afternoon traffic.
Country 1985.
Got a nice turnout today here at the observation area. It's always nice to see
Sun Country 605. Continue
fellow
holding in position
aviation
17 traffic will
nuts.
cross downfield.
You know, it's funny that you see a lot of kids and the mom and dad are sitting in the air conditioning, and the kids are outside standing on the picnic tables with their cameras and their phones out, trying to get in some great shots.
Traffic holds in position at November, cross runway 17, continue Lima to park.
Got an Airbus in front of us. RJ's giving her salute.
1564, turn left, contact ground point 9er.
Left ground point 9, that's 1564. Goodbye. Yep.
This is Delta 2884 going to
Minneapolis,
Baltimore.
good afternoon, runway 17, taxi via Whiskey, cross runway 4.
You've been in and out of Baltimore quite recently. Because I know that you and I were talking, Paul, when you first got here. You were telling me just exactly how busy you were.
Yeah, that
Baltimore was one of your big stops too.
Yeah, I had a layover there, but it's been busy in and out of Baltimore. The first day it was Chicago to Myrtle Beach, then up to Boston, then down to Myrtle and spent the night. And then day 2 was Baltimore to Boston to Myrtle, Myrtle to Cleveland, Cleveland back to Myrtle. That was day 2. And then day 3 it was Myrtle to Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh back to Myrtle, up to Cleveland again, and then back. And then the 4th day was just one leg to Chicago.
And arriving at the north parallel, runway 12 left, Alaska 480
2963 Minneapolis
from Seattle,
right
Washington.
And then at Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 right.
Alpha 8, hold short of 12 right, Delta 2963.
They are going to start doing it
turn left, 120, runway 17,
with a combination of Hawaiian going over to Europe with the 330s.
I saw that. Also with the Dreamliner, that now the two airlines have become one.
Right.
Under a couple different banners, which is quite interesting. Here we go. We got another Airbus A220. This is the Dash 100 variant. This is off to DCA. That's Ronald Reagan National Airports in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital.
605, turn right.
And landing on 12 right, we've got Delta 2462 coming in from Fort Walton Beach. It's a 320.
You flown to Fort Walton Beach?
Yeah, you better hit that button for that red tail.
You bet. You're like the mayor of the lot here. I haven't been into Fort Walton, Pensacola. I've been into, but not Destin. Fort Walton It's a fine afternoon. Landing 12 right. They're departing 12 left and 12 right today, and departing 17.
So this is a 220 that's crossing 12 right?
It is.
That's what I thought. You know, so it's kind of funny. I was out on my bike on Monday, did kind of a long ride, was over around Lake Harriet again, and I sat and chilled for a little bit, got something to eat. Of course, you can do plane spotting from over there because it's on the approach pattern. And without even being able to check to see, I knew it was a 220 coming in over me at times because I could hear the whale sound.
Oh, right. The beluga.
Yes.
Yes. Minneapolis going to DCA. It's Delta Flight 2963. The 220.
There it is.
There it is.
There she blows.
There's the whale sound, the whale call from the 220.
Call, the 220. Isn't that funny?
Well, check this out. We got a slick-looking Gulfstream, I think, here.
4913 Minneapolis Tower, wind estimated 160 runway 12 right, settle left. Circle left, over 4913.
That aircraft is 549 Charlie Papa, and it's going to Burbank this afternoon. I flew the G4 SP for a couple of years. Nice aircraft. Great performance distance out of it.
Tower runway 12 right, line of weight, traffic 8
It's kind of interesting, that tunnel that comes up next to the... You see that cop vehicle coming out next to the Gulfstream.
We got one of the new MSP Airport Fire 4x4 Oshkosh Striker trucks on the move here.
Yeah, isn't that gorgeous?
Look at that rig. Isn't that a huge truck or what? That is so cool.
That is pretty cool. I'd like to have one, just to drive around my neighborhood. I think it'd be kind of cool.
It might be a little clunky, though.
I'm sure the gas mileage would just be really, really easy. You know, you turn it into a camper or something like that, take it out to Oshkosh. Which is coming up.
The 756.
You have the opportunity to get out to Oshkosh. Highly recommend it.
Clear for takeoff, 12 right, follow the runway heading Delta 750.
Alex, are you going out to Oshkosh this year?
Well, to be determined. I'm trying to, but if I end up going out to Oshkosh, it'll probably be for a weekend.
Gotcha. RJ, have you been?
I've been to Sun and Fun quite a few times,
Sure,
but
it was
not
close to your house.
AirVenture at Oshkosh. I'd love to go, but I haven't figured that out yet.
Well, it's only 4.5 hour drive from Minneapolis area, so it's not terrible if you weren't into the thought process of
Ground
Spain.
for Delta 2462, confirm Charlie 24.
There's the rare Minneapolis San Francisco 756.
It's open and we're
321
still going
going to
there.
San Francisco.
works for me. Continue to be a Delta in Quebec. Monitor ground on point.
21.8 in ground, have a good day, sir.
Yeah, I did Sun and Fun for the last time down there at the Lakeland Airport between Tampa and Orlando in the spring of 22. Treated myself to the day for the 927 Club Show Center.
I have never been to Sun and Fun. Get them up on landing 12 right, Endeavor, which is a Delta connection, 4913.
Wind, actually it's 0705, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land, Sun Country 3078.
Coming in from Des Moines this afternoon.
Contact departure.
It's a CRJ 900.
Delta 756 over departure.
2209, Minneapolis, good afternoon, push approved, runway 17.
Push approve 17, Delta 2209.
Gulfstream 549er Charlie Papa, runway 1, Minneapolis Tower, runway 17, line up and wait. Delta 2114, Minneapolis ground, reference the heavy A330, pushing out the G13, your push is approved for runway 17.
Push approved for 17, reference the 330,
Will it reach?
295, monitor tower, 126.7.
If it'll work with this hat,
295.
if it doesn't, I'll grab a different one. It's pretty flexible. Okay.
Coming up on 12 right, Sun Country and the Prime Air, 737-900, all part of that system for Amazon.
2209, Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross, runway 12 right, and then we're going to go the long way there, straight ahead, Charlie with a right turn on Tango, and I'll have some more there.
Okay, cross runway 12 right on Charlie, continue all the way down to Tango, and we will expect more there, Delta 2209.
2025, what's the case?
Foxtrot 5.
2025, 2 left turns, join Alpha, ground point 9.
2 left turns, Alpha, point 9 or Delta 2825.
Got 3966, runway 17, line up and wait, traffic across the townfield.
Ocean 461 Heavy, runway 12 right, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Ocean 461 Heavy, Alpha, cross the road. Runway 04, 12 right.
Yeah, because I put this long
Delta
sleeve
22
shirt on after
Thanks,
I got this
4906,
taken
keep it
care
moving
of.
at Mike, cross 12 right,
But
join Whiskey, traffic
apparently
30.
I-
Alright, keep it moving
Okay.
across 12 right at Mike with Endeavor 5049. Charlie 5, copy all Delta 2825.
We're back. A little bit of updating with our software today. Never at the prime time, right? We're back on. Alex, RJ, myself, Captain Paul Hansen.
2209,
Coming in on
you're
12
there, we can
right,
roll you
coming in
about
from Des
08,
Moines.
plan on taxi about 05, time now it's 50.
It
Okay,
is
about 05, we'll plan that taxi.
Cessna.
Delta 2209.
private jet. It's 397 Echo
wind estimated
Golf is
1609,
that aircraft today.
140, runway 17, clip.
It's the afternoon, so a lot of the corporate aircraft are coming back in from their day of rounds that they're making, whether they're Target or whether they're Xcel Energy or a few of the other corporations that base themselves here in Minneapolis.
Even Medtronic.
Yes, absolutely.
That makes medical equipment. They're based here. They have a lovely Gulfstream.
Yes. And
love the two-tone blue. Just very mellow, very sporty looking.
United Healthcare.
And welcome to the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Alex. That's Captain Paul. RJ has also made a surprise appearance today. So we got a full house. Logan's also running to the convenience store to go get us some refreshments and some hydration. And, you know, on a day like today, you got to have it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You 100% have to have it.
Absolutely. I makeshift this umbrella that I had in the car, and you know, with the
check this out, folks. Check this out. Paul has it made right here. He's got the director's chair out. He's got the umbrella. You come well prepared.
Yeah, mentally I'm a big deal. Just my mental. Nobody else's. Having a beautiful day here in Minneapolis.
7 Echo Golf, nobody's behind
Using runway 1712 right, 12 left, and the winds are 150 at 6 knots. 84 degrees, 29 centigrade, and a wonderful day at Minneapolis International Airport. Thanks for dropping in to visit with us and watch all the aircraft coming in and out of the mecca of aviation for the Midwest. Got Discover 330, it's making its way out.
Ocean 461 Heavy, the call sign on our Discover A330.
We're heading to Frankfurt this afternoon. Just right in front of us.
I know this is kind of a crude way to put it, but Discover, they're sort of a diet Lufthansa because they have the same, and that's not a negative. That's not poking fun of them at all. In fact, Lufthansa has one of the best business class products in the world, and Discover essentially has their own interpretation, their own version of pretty much the same exact business class seat that Lufthansa has.
Yes, absolutely.
In their business class up front. So, I mean, you know, Discover certainly equipped to take over for Lufthansa.
Yep, absolutely. When I saw Discover come in a few hours ago, the tail kind of sent me off. I thought it was Eastern.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. At first, I'm like, oh, okay. There are some, you know, some likeness between the Eastern tail and the Discover tail number or tail. Yeah.
All right. At Charlie Cross, 12 right, join whiskey, and then cross runway 4 for Delta 21.
The stripes go in a different direction.
Yes. That is true.
1476 Minneapolis Tower, Charlie Cross.
But I'm a blue person, so I'll take all the blue I can get.
4 minutes to your clearance this way.
Well, there you go. You got your...
It's kind of obvious because I drive a blue car.
With
a red tail.
Yeah, you have all of your major blue groups on this tail here with a hint of yellow at the top.
Absolutely. How long has Discover been around?
Well, they've been around for a little while now. They used to be owned by a defunct airline known as Eurowings.
Oh, that's right. Okay, now things are starting to come together.
Yep, so Eurowings had Eurowings Discover, and then Lufthansa took over Discover Airlines, purchased them out as the subsidiary to the main brand.
Sure.
I have the request. Traffic set your tail.
Okay. And 06 contact departure. See ya.
And we swing back over here to the right. We have an Airbus A321neo for Delta. These are brand new in the fleet, or newer. They are the newest narrow-body jets to be incorporated in Delta's fleet. We're seeing a lot of them here at MSP Airport. Boy, do they look sharp.
Yes, they do.
Delta 152 Heavy, push approved.
Push approved, Delta 152.
Delta 152 Heavy off to Paris. Has just gotten clearance for pushback, so we will see them depart soon.
100, runway 12 right, but
461 Heavy out there, take off 100, and stable takeoff, runway 12 right.
Here we go, Ocean 461 Heavy. Cleared for takeoff to Frankfurt, Germany with the A330-300, and it has the Trent 700 engines. fixed onto those wings. Those Trent 700 engines have a really nice sort of a hint of growl to them when they're at full thrust.
Yes, yeah, absolutely they do.
Captain Paul, you think you could handle that thrust?
Oh, heck yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
2114.
You know, the
Sun Country from the end.
321s, that whole series, there's not much difference within the 320 and the 321s and 320s. There's a few things,
Visible 6, fly runway heading,
but
runway 17.
they've kept everything kind of in the same package.
160 heavy, but I'm push approved on
Off to
12
Frankfurt they go.
Push approved, 12 right, Delta 160 heavy. Ground up,
1476, good.
Hey, you know what, with that new wind report, it's not enough headwind for
1476, then we got the link over. Still 1476, 12 right, taxi via whiskey, so let me know when you're all set.
Whiskey, let's get here.
Beautiful sight departing on the way to Frankfurt.
1846, contact.
You want to fly one, Captain Paul?
You know what? I don't want to go back to school and learn something new.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
fine with
that's
the
right.
321. I got 6 years left.
Yeah, that's
I'll
right.
just-
You'd have to go back.
I'll be fine sitting on the 320 and 321s.
So we have some sort of an emergency here at the gate. We have one of the trucks has its lights engaged, has sirens on.
Have a chance to see where that is going. Down there in the G concourse.
And now pushing back for Amsterdam Schiphol. Delta 160 Heavy with the flagship A350-900. We like to refer to this aircraft as Big Sexy.
Absolutely. You know, I talked to a few international foreign carrier captains, and they love coming into Minneapolis because it's easy in, easy out. It's not complex to taxi around, and everybody here is just really easy to get along with, making MSP one of the favorites of international flight crews.
4966 Minneapolis Tower, good afternoon. Wind 1405, runway 12 left, clear line. 7107, turn right, heading 215, contact departure, so. 2114, wind 1405, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
2612 at Amsterdam, heavy's at the tail, hold the push, runway 17.
Alright, we're holding at the push, Delta 2012.
Waiting down at the end of runway 12. Delta going off to Detroit. Another mainstay for the airline. Or it was for Northwest. Definitely. 737. When I get into some of these airports, RJ, I am reminded of how busy they were at one time, whether it was St. Louis,
right now with the new
Pittsburgh,
release.
Cincinnati,
Right back
Memphis.
to you.
Some of these airports that were just busy with US Air or Northwest Airlines. And then to find how quiet they are is just amazing. Cleveland, Hopkins just the other day, it was mentioned in my FO how this was a huge operation for Continental. And it was busy. St. Louis with the 747s and the L1011s and stuff like that with TWA. Things have changed in the world of aviation in the United States for sure.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to find too many airports out there these days that aren't busy.
Yeah, and it's amazing how they've cut down in some of these major airports that once were very busy. You know, like the Memphis. Memphis, you had 2 terminals. Now it's down to 1. St. Louis had a huge
2753
mix
runway
of terminals, with
17,
Southwest
taxi via
taking the
Papa,
majority of it
cross
over in the
runway 4, hold short, runway
E-gates.
12 right.
There's Delta 1476 taking off 12 right to 737-900.
Ground Delta
It's a
152
quick
Heavy.
jaunt across the
request
lake.
Taxi with Romeo.
152 Heavy, runway 12 right, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Runway 12 right via Alpha, cross runway 4. And if we can get the deletion of the 3,500 foot crossing restriction, 70.
152 Heavy, right.
Just getting ready to cross the runway, Alex.
Delta 2644 on Charlie,
RJ,
hold short,
we've
runway
got
12
Big
right.
Sexy going over
Short
to
12 right
Schiphol,
on Charlie,
Amsterdam.
Delta 2644.
Okay, so that is a
44,
350. I wasn't sure.
27.
I'm
Ground United 1531, taxi with Romeo.
Got 1531, runway
kind of down to
17,
one
taxi
arm
via
here at the
Quebec,
moment.
cross
So.
Yeah,
runway
no
4,
worries.
short
You
line.
just sit, enjoy the shade.
Cross 4, short
Well, I
of
figured,
flight
I'm either sitting here and hanging out with the crew, and or I'm sitting at home.
Right.
So I mean, I'd rather sit here.
We'll adjust the chair so the umbrella takes care of you.
Delta 2644, contact the tower 126.7. They're looking for you.
2644 map tower, how do you hear?
Minneapolis is going to have some changes in the not so far distant future.
Right, join whiskey, cross runway 4.
Logan was telling me of
cross
moving
12 right
Signature
at
Flight
Charlie,
Service, which is on the
and
south center part of the
the rest
airfield,
of
will
the
be moving over to the
2644,
north
right, turn
side.
whiskey, cross
Terminal
runway
2
4.
will take a huge expansion, wrapping around
2644 on whiskey,
further
cross
than it is
runway 4.
right now,
Cross runway 4, Delta 2644.
as Minneapolis continues to grow.
So where are they moving to the north side?
They will move over to where the dog park is. So-
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so almost directly across from us on the other side of the tower and slightly to the left is where they have the public dog park. So we're going to move everything over there. All the corporate hangars will also be moved.
Join Mike.
So they're just going to pick up the hangars and move them.
Move the whole thing. Yes.
Yep.
We like
Pretty much.
it's like pick them up off their foundation and put them on a truck.
Uh-huh.
160 heavy, Minneapolis.
Exactly.
Like moving a house.
So as the expansion of MSP International Airport grows, they're making more room, and it's amazing. Growing up in this town like you did, RJ, you've seen how different the transformation of the terminal has changed. I think the backside of the MSP International Terminal is more resemblance of what it was from the 70s when we first, started coming to the terminal, and it's changed immensely in the front, and then also the interior has changed as well.
Where's the main portion of the hangar, or the T1 over there with that roof line has never changed.
No.
It's always been there.
Absolutely. Right in front of us, we've got Delta. That's a Delta 2643.
Join whiskey, traffic full position.
That might cross
That
12
is
right, join
the
whiskey, Delta 2753.
Canadair/Airbus 220, and that's heading down to Houston.
So what's the 330 on the other side?
That's
152 Heavy. That's off to Paris.
Okay, so it's going to be roll to rotate salute. What do you think of that idea, Captain Paul?
I think it's a fantastic idea.
Yeah, I gotta come up with something for a landing. I mean, for the departures, it's a roll to rotate salute. I haven't figured one out yet for landing, but I'll think of something.
You know what? Your mind is always working, so I have no reservations to know that you're going to come up with something.
Well, Mom always sometimes would say to me when I'd get that look, the wheels are turning. So my wheels are turning all the time.
My mom said the same thing, but mine was in sand, so they just kept us spinning.
Oh.
Clear takeoff 12 right, heading 105 on departure, Delta 160 heavy.
All right, here goes Delta 160 off to Amsterdam Schiphol with the A350-900.
Feel the rumble.
Yeah.
At 1531 Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 12 right on Whiskey.
Cross 12 right and then join Whiskey United 1531.
As you say, Alex, the silent giant.
One of them, the 330-900 is what I call the silent
Oh, that's
giant.
right.
Yep.
Okay. I forgot. This was Big Sexy.
2753, company is Gantway 3, you'll be number
Names for everything.
1.
It's
160
all
heavy,
part of the
contact departure,
aviation
sir.
deal.
Switch departure Delta 160.
152 heavy, 1 arrival, get you out of here.
152 heavy.
Down at the end there, 12 right. We've that's Delta
2753, wind variable at 4, turn off heading 120. runway
333
17,
going to Paris de Gaulle. It's Delta 152. Excuse me. It's a 330.
South Delta 2612, ready to taxi. Romeo.
Delta 2612, runway 17, taxi via Alpha, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
17 Alpha.
And this is also a red tail slip. This is an X Northwest A330-300. It has those.
Visual to 12 right, headed to Gulf 18 today.
1853 Minneapolis Tower, thanks for that. Traffic short final, wind 1706, runway 12 right. Clear line.
Clear line 12 right, Delta 353.
2644, sequence be on the company 73 from Whiskey, please.
Sorry, it's 12 left.
Be on the company 73 from Whiskey.
And I always love watching that turnout.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
Goodbye, Delta 2644.
Thanks. 2612,
Yeah, never
company
gets
is on
old.
way 3.
Yeah, and you know, Captain Paul, depending on what they're programmed in to do as they start their climb out, I literally am like this sometimes as they fly over my house.
Are you really? Oh.
Sometimes, I'm kind of like this, and then sometimes I'm kind of like that. The head tilt depends on where they are.
Sure. Taking off 12 right, we got Bemidji, or just landing Bemidji Aviation,
Mosquito.
the Metroliner, or the San Antonio Sewer Pipe, as it's been referred to by coming in from Thief River Falls on this fine afternoon. Get those Garretts, the Whistle Pig, as others would call it.
2612, wind variable at 3, turn off heading 120, runway 17,
That aircraft, RJ, is a single pilot.
Okay, that's what I wondered,
Yep,
because
they
I've
operated single pilot. Now, when it was in the airline realm, it had 2 pilots.
Okay, because I know that not too long ago, I kind of discovered and realized that Northwest flew them as part of, was it the Airlink?
Mesaba.
Mesaba, yep.
Yes.
So, I'm kind of reacclimating to some knowledge that I maybe had when I was younger,
Sure.
but kind of got away from it, and then getting back more into it being up here.
Now, down on 17, we've got United 1531. That's on a ground hold going to Chicago.
Oh, that's always fun.
Oh, yeah, isn't that?
2644, the company
I think
is
we've all been there,
runway
done that. What do you
17
think?
away,
Oh.
cross down field.
It is. It's not fun.
Yeah, and I'm sure for you sometimes you have to tell your passengers on board some things that they probably don't want to hear.
Waiting for weather or for traffic in the destination. On landing on 12 right, we got Delta. It's a 737-900. It's 1853 coming in from Spokane.
Delta 4895 visual, 12 right.
Got some
2095
great
Minneapolis
feedback
Tower,
this
wind calm,
afternoon.
12 right, center line.
So land 12 right, Delta 4895.
do some read off here in a little bit.
Whoa!
17, lean to the right.
Looks like they kind of hopped the landing there for just a second.
Yeah, well, we've got, you know, the winds are coming off the right side. And I can catch a few people off. I was coming in from Spokane.
644, wind calm, fly runway heading, runway 17.
Starting to see more arrivals.
Heading 17, clear for takeoff down.
Looks like Chicago has released the ground hold, and United is on their way for departure.
1853, taxi Alpha Golf 18, monitor point 9.
So, Captain Paul, I got a question for
Yes.
you. Something I kind of, in jokingly for fun, do when I'm flying is when it comes to landings, and I kind of grade them based on the bounce. Have you ever had anybody say anything to you?
That's 2385 at Amsterdam, push through, runway 17.
Push through 17, South is 2385.
So your question is if I had any ever comments about a landing. Well, my mother made a comment one day.
Oh dear.
Never 56,
jeez. Oh, boy.
Calm, fly runway heading for now, runway 17.
Hence, I got the name Captain Kangaroo. No, I'm joking.
Oh, come on now.
Now, my mom and dad have flown with me twice.
2644.
We did a Minneapolis to Denver turn, which was an honor and a blessing to have my parents with me. When I flew private, my kids rode with me from Minneapolis to Anoka. It was a 3-minute flight. I brought in a singer from Toronto to here. We cleared customs. I was watching my kids. I handed them off to my mom. My mom brought them over to the airport when I got back into MSP. I put the kids in the seat, gave them a bag of cookies, and told them, shut up, and nobody gets up. And my son was at that age where he needed to see every bathroom. So as we were taxed out, he said, I have to pee. And I'm like, no, you don't. So the excitement's. He just, here's Delta coming in from Newark on his fine, lovely afternoon on a 319.
Former Red Tail.
Former Red Tail. RJ. But my wife has never flown with me yet. One of these days we'll get her to fly with me. She was a flight attendant for 29 years.
2095, so let's join Alpha ground point 9.
Alpha point 9, see you at 2095.
To her, it's not a big deal. But hopefully before I retire, she'll be able to have a flight with me.
Alpha 2895 at Amsterdam, taxi.
See ya.
Well, I'm not sure we flew with my dad at the helm, but I do know that we flew with my uncle.
Okay.
So that was interesting. That's one moment in time I still have not forgotten about.
No, of course.
Because my uncle who flew was older than my dad. He did go all the way to retiring at 60. And it was out of here to Honolulu with a stop in LAX. On a 7-4, of course.
South 2385, runway 17, taxi via Tango. Cross runway 4.
So, folks, we'd like to welcome on a very special guest here to our program today. Maury Glover, photojournalist, reporter for Fox 9, the Fox News affiliate here in the Twin Cities. Is going to be doing a segment on us, actually. So you have a very special segment that you run during the Fox 9 newscast. Talk about that. How did that get started with Maury's Stories is what it's called. So where did you get that idea?
Well, we started doing this. Thanks first of all for having us. Really appreciate it. My photographer Josh Grenier and I started doing these about 6 years ago. We used to do a bunch of stories about Minnesota music, and they kind of morphed into, over the years, doing feature stories and long stories, and eventually we wound up doing some stories. They decided to do it as a weekly segment. And so my news director said, well, we could call it Maury's Stories. So the name was born, and we've been doing them ever since.
Awesome. Well, what prompted you to kind of come out here and do a segment on us? Thank you, by the way. What was your initial reaction to kind of seeing our channel and seeing plane spotting? Just kind of walk us through that. Just when you saw the web page, when you saw the channel, when you watched one of our live streams, what was your first impression of it?
Well, the first thing that caught my eye was, a couple of my colleagues mentioned it to me, and the first thing that caught my eye was that you guys kind of cover these takeoffs and landings like sporting events. And I thought it was really interesting and fun. You know, it seems like plane spotting would be a pretty laid back, relaxed, you know, kind of endeavor. But what I saw was, you know, you guys were kind of, you know, it was like play-by-play action, like a football game or something, and I just thought that was kind of cool.
Here we go. Here's Illinois 1. This is a special livery for Southwest Airlines in the Illinois state flag. So Southwest has a lot of different airlines that are painted in different state flags. I don't know if you knew that, Maury, but that's one of them right there. That's Illinois 1.
You learn something new every day, and that's why I like doing these stories. I do learn something new from folks like you every day. So we just thought it would be kind of cool. For me, I didn't even know that this plane spotting was a thing until about 20 years ago, and a friend of mine brought me out to the viewing area over on Post Road and told me that he'd been going out there for years and that it was a fun pastime for him. And so I discovered the community of folks who would come out and do that, and just didn't know it was a thing, but discovered it was, and so that kind of resonated with me, so I thought it'd be fun to come out and check you guys out and see what you do.
Yeah, well, we appreciate it. So when you got here for the first time, walk us through that experience. What was your initial reaction when you came to the viewing area? What was that like for you?
Well, first, it was a little hot, so that's why I'm sitting under the umbrella. But the, you know, first, I was struck by just the number of folks who were out here taking pictures. The second thing I think that I was struck by is just the amount of activity that's going on out on the runways. I wasn't expecting so many planes to be coming and taking off and landing so close to each other. You know, when you're taking a flight, you're only concerned with your flight, so it's just one takeoff and then you're gone. But I didn't realize it's one after another, after another, after another, and we're not even in the super busy time, you know, so that was pretty cool to see firsthand. And then the other thing that strikes me is just how big these planes are. When you're getting on and you're on the inside, you just are worried about your seat, and you know there may be a bunch of seats, but kind of seeing them from this perspective and this close lets you see how big these planes are, and they're pretty some of them are pretty massive. So that's been kind of fun to check out.
Well, speaking of the big jets, we actually have what we call a tri-huller. That's a 3-engine aircraft. We have a MD-11 that is a wide-body cargo jet that UPS flies. They also made passenger versions back in the day. Of course, they're all out of service, but they have been a mainstay for a lot of different cargo airlines, FedEx and UPS, but they're getting old. They were manufactured in the 1990s, and there's only so many cycles that you can, use that aircraft with until there's so much stress on the airframe, it has to be retired. So it's kind of like perishable food from the grocery store. It has a shelf life. These aircraft have shelf lives because you go through so many pressurization and depressurization cycles throughout the course of their career. I mean, you have to really kind of watch, especially as they get older, just kind of how they're doing in the physical shape of it.
Well, that's one of the other things I thought was really interesting when we were doing our interview with you, was talking about the history of aviation and how what you guys are doing is tied to that long history of Northwest Airlines and, then before the merger with Delta. But you're trying to, kind of carry on that tradition and kind of, I think the best part about this is educating folks about what's happening.
So this particular jet that we have here in frame, Maury, this is actually from Qatar. This is a Qatar executive jet.
Oh, wow. Well, that's another thing that's really interesting is that you guys have so much information about the actual planes. It's not just, hey, look at that plane. You guys know where it's from, where it's going, you know the history of the plane, and you're able to educate viewers about all of that, which I think is really a cool thing, and it makes it much more accessible to somebody like me who doesn't know a lot about planes or aviation. Right.
Yeah, so this aircraft is actually headed to Venice, out in Italy. And it's flown by Qatar Executive. It's a Gulfstream G650 ER, and the ER stands for extended range.
Non-stop from here?
Non-stop from here, that's right. They're going from here to Italy. These jets can sprint long distances. This is also my favorite bizjet, too. The Gulfstream is just so well proportioned. Gulfstream, a U.S.-based aviation manufacturer. They just produce, in my opinion, the best looking and the best performing bizjets for the aviation industry, for the folks that just need a little exclusivity when they're traveling by air.
Can you tell me who's on it?
We can't. We can tell you the information about the registration, aircraft type, where it's going, and that's pretty much what we care about. Who's on it? Not necessarily as much. We're out here for the equipment more often than not.
Well, that would be cool. If you guys can get that information, I'd tune in.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
When I flew private jets with famous people, we kind of went under the radar with a call sign that nobody could track us, because we didn't want anybody catching us on the other end and knowing where we were going.
Mm-hmm. Makes total sense. Makes total sense. Just a suggestion, maybe for the future. I'm just kidding.
Minneapolis has got a strong corporate aviation program here between MSP Airport. There's a lot of corporate Target, Corporation, Best Buy, and so on. The corporations here in town have a strong aviation background. So even Pillsbury had planes back, or Pillsbury had their own flight department even back into the 40s. 3M had a large flight department until recently. So it's amazing how many different types of corporate aircraft housed here in the Minneapolis area.
One of the other things that's really interesting is what a setup you guys have here. Usually when I've seen these, you guys are focused on the planes. You're not focused on your kind of setup here. Well, you got like a 4-person crew. You got a bunch of hardware. It takes a lot to kind of do this for as long as you guys do. So that's another thing that we really were interested in kind of showcasing and taking a look at.
Yeah, there's quite a few different elements. We have our audio that's run through our main mixer board. We have the laptop that is our production software that mixes everything together, packages it out to air. We have our networking gear. We've got the cameras, we've got the cables, we've got the microphones. We've even got the scanner, so we can kind of listen into air traffic control. We can listen to tower and ground. A lot of live aviation channels, they just primarily listen to tower. But we like to listen to both. And we have a scanner that can automatically switch back and forth between the two. And it's interesting when the aircraft are arriving after they have completed their landing roll, after they've slowed down to where they can exit off the taxiway, we'll hear the handoff between the tower controller that guided them in for landing, and now getting that handoff, getting to hear that, getting passed on to the ground controller that'll direct them to what gate they're supposed to go to. So hearing that handoff and hearing those interactions is very interesting. And there's also some fun tidbits on frequency, too, as well. Everything from open mics, cabin announcements, someone left a channel open by accident. There's just so much that happens, and it just kind of really fills in, I guess, more of the dead space, makes it a little bit more interesting. But I think it also gives you a clear indication as to what's going on. And, there's some valuable stuff that you'll kind of find out if you just listen to some of the air traffic communications. But it's an integral part of our show, and it's something that we enjoy listening to as well, because there's some good conversations. But also it kind of keeps us into the game, so to speak. It keeps us in tune with what's going on. We really need to be in tune based on where we are here at MSP Airport. We're right in the middle of it, essentially where our viewing area is. So we have to keep our head in a swivel to make sure that we're getting as much as we can. And if you're in a spot like this, I know you mentioned it before, it's nonstop action. It just comes at you nonstop. And tonight, it's going to really ramp up.
I liked one of the things that you said. I'm not the best flyer. I've gotten used to it. I don't like heights, so being in a plane, a machine up 30,000 feet in the air isn't my favorite thing in the world. But, hearing you talk about and saying that the channel is good for maybe nervous flyers, because you can see how many planes come and take off and land safely and hear the whole process. It does, I think, is reassuring as well that, people are putting your safety first, and maybe it'll calm some fears for folks who don't like to fly.
They certainly are. And there are hundreds, and if not thousands of hours that have to be obtained in order to get behind the yoke or the side stick of one of these big jetliners. It takes a while to do that. You have to get those minutes up. You have to get your type ratings, different certifications. It's a whole process. And Paul, you can speak to this because you fly commercially for a major budget airline here in the United States. You're an A320 series captain. You've flown many different aircraft over the years. You've also taught as an instructor. Talk us through what it takes through that process for someone to be in your position to be certified, because there's a lot of work that goes into it, especially from the start.
Yeah, there is. There's a lot of dedication. When you're starting from day one, committing to the process, just like you committing to broadcast and journalism. It's something you can't take lightly, because the end product won't be satisfactory to yourself as well as to those who are observing you. And with me, I get checked a couple times a year. I fly the Airbus series, so I'm in simulators for 3 days, and everything that's normal is abnormal. So engine issues and hydraulic issues, we're trained to take that stuff on. And then, of course, I study every month, and the company sends us study material for every quarter or so, which we hate. I thought I was done with college and school. I hated studying.
As an airline passenger, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad you're continuing your education and to keep us safe. But we really appreciate you guys having us out here today. Appreciate you having me on the show. And for the folks who are watching right now, if they want to see our story, it'll be on Channel 9, Fox 9 next Wednesday night at 9:45. It'll be our Maury story segment at 9:45. So please tune in and see what we saw all day today.
Yeah, thank you. And for the folks that aren't necessarily from our area that are watching us, that are subscribers to our channel, where online can they go to see this?
It'll be streaming on fox9.com around that time, or they can find the story once it airs. They'll be posted on our website, and they can find a link to it and watch it there.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much.
Or on YouTube, our YouTube channel.
Hey,
fellow
awesome.
YouTube. There you go. Fox 9 YouTube.
Awesome.
All right, thanks a lot for having us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Maury. Great to have you on. Good to see you. Thank you for coming out here, spending some time with us, doing some live plane spotting. And
hey, there's one right there.
It's like, there's one right there.
Don't miss it.
You're missing it.
100, 2 left, quick pickup.
Yeah, we're tracking this Delta 717.
288, taxi via Alpha Delta.
Alpha Delta and Delta 938, see you.
Delta 3176, map tower traffic short final on a bus, wind 1707, I want to right, put away.
I want you right there.
We got a close-up view of the 717's engines. These engines were manufactured as a part of a joint project between BMW and Rolls-Royce, the BR series turbofans.
Here comes the Bananagram of Spirit Airlines, line on 12 right.
Did you grade that landing, Captain Paul?
I would say a lot better than mine have been lately. But as I always say, a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then.
Yep.
So.
That's 3904, nice roll, contact departure. 1751, 2 left turns, taxi Alpha Delta, Quebec, monitor .9 on the way, we'll see ya.
That flight came in from Atlanta.
Left turns Alpha Delta, Quebec, go with you.
From Spirit, it's 1751. It's a 320 Neo.
Tower Delta 413 is coming in for 12, right?
Delta 413, man, with tower 5.
I've always wanted somebody to take a picture of me when I fly in, so next time I fly in, I'll certainly ask.
We came close to doing that, I think, at least once or twice.
Turn left, heading 120.
With you getting scheduled to initially to fly into MSP on a Sunday, and then you got rerouted.
That's right.
Last minute.
That's right.
I remember when that happened, darn it.
And if I was taxiing out, I think I would stop up here, open the window, wave.
There you go.
Make it exciting for the whole family. I could have had all the passengers wave.
Give us a shout out on either the tower or ground frequency.
Yeah, exactly.
And then get chewed out by...
I get a phone call from the chief pilot.
Yeah, and then you get a number to call.
What are you doing? Yeah, I don't want that phone number.
Well, you know, it's happened a couple times here recently where we've had people that are watching our live stream as they're coming in for landing on an arriving flight.
Oh, that is too funny.
Yeah, so we've carried that as much as we can based on the runway that they've come in on.
Nice landing there from Southwest. They'll be heading over to T2.
Contact departure 50. Tower 3176 through right turn, taxi Whiskey Delta, monitor .92. Whiskey Delta monitor.
See ya.
3136.
See ya. Come on. Well, you know, you'll hear guys do that on the handoff every now and then. And what's fun is when the controllers do that back, or they're the ones that initiate it. And that kind of adds to the whole fun of flying. Got Delta 413 coming in from Los Angeles. 321 Neo.
585 Papa Lima, Minneapolis Tower, 3.5.
So you don't get that at all?
Caution, turbulence.
What's that?
Those type of handoffs?
Oh, I do.
Okay.
And even I do them.
There you go.
You know, every now and then. See ya.
Is that checking out?
You know, especially in the red eyes. Nobody else is out there, you know.
I won't tell if you won't tell, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I pull my Sergeant Schultz from Hogan's Heroes. I know nothing.
They like it, you know. It's if they're working late at night, they're working the red eyes. You know, they get bored. There's not a whole lot of traffic going on, and they're just sitting there monitoring the flights. And you get an interaction with the crew, and you know, they enjoy it just as much as we do. Kind of makes it more personal.
Rick S. says every landing you walk away from is a good one. Even better if you can reuse the plane.
Oh, boom! Hey, he's here all week. That is true, right?
And you don't take too much rubber off the tires, too, right? Maybe.
No, that's heating up them brakes.
Yes.
It's amazing how quickly those brakes will heat up. You know, they'll get up to 300-400 centigrade.
Well, you know, speaking of that, we started out the stream on Sunday with a bang because we watched the KLM departure, and they didn't retract the gear right away.
So with that, sometimes as soon as you rotate, you'll get a notice that the brake temps have exceeded 300 centigrade. So the best thing to do, and sometimes even when it hasn't exceeded that, is leave the gear out a little bit longer, let it air cool before you retract it and let it sit up there. Because the worst thing to do is you retract it, the door is closed, and all of a sudden you get a notice that your brakes have exceeded over 300 centigrade. Then what do you do? Slow the airplane down, drop the gear, fly around with the gear down until it cools down, and then retract it and you can continue. So a lot of times like Vegas, Miami, San Juan areas, if my brakes are a little too hot, I'm going to let them hang out just a little bit longer just to cool them down.
Yeah, that's what we watched on Sunday. So
okay.
Because yeah, it's been warm here.
And some of these aircraft have the Airbuses have brake fans, which will cool the brakes, and that helps in that, and that's an option. So some companies may not sign up for that option to save some money. So they put it on the crews to kind of manage that.
Yeah, because at first I thought, oh, wait a minute, are they having trouble retracting the gear? And then I think one of our viewers actually, I think it was a air traffic controller that was actually tuning in. Username of Pudge, he actually provided that information shortly afterwards. So we were very appreciative and actually very grateful for that. Thank you, by the way, if you're watching, because that was really cool.
Oh, sure.
So I had never heard of that before.
Yeah.
Have you had to do that before?
Yes. Yep, I did it about a week and a half ago.
So fairly recent.
Yeah, it happened recently. It was a long taxi. It was hot out. Had to use brakes a fair amount just due to the amount of traffic.
Do these things happen often?
No.
That's what I thought.
4523 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1408.
They do not happen often.
Yeah, so to be able to see a very cool technique be put into practice, especially in a big jet like a 787-9 Dreamliner, I think it's truly fascinating. In KLM's case in particular, I think it was just awesome to see that after rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. Another corporate jet, Gulfstream 280.
So, Captain Paul, is there a maximum altitude that you can do that before you got to retract?
You're not going to go above 20,000 feet. You know, you might be 4,000 feet. What happened in my situation is as soon as we rotated, we got the notice that we had exceeded 300. So I got up to about 3,000 feet, leveled off, and allowed the brakes to cool down. And when they did cool down, then we were able to
Who's that's coming in on short final?
Let's see here.
I would normally be pulling this up, but not today.
I got it right here. It's from Incheon, Seoul, Korea.
Oh, here we go.
It's Delta 170.
Yes, 170 Heavy is about to touch down.
It's a 350.
That's been a long ride. What was their flight time today? I sometimes like to call that out, let people know how long that flight's been. It can vary a little bit.
Yeah, I can't see it right there.
Powered up to 165.
You can see it. The sunlight is getting.
So the 165 Heavy Minneapolis Tower, 4.5 in trail of a company heavy.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Caution Mike turbulence. Runway 12
but
right.
it runs right around that 16 mark.
12 right, Delta 165.
Let's see if I can pull it up here. $11 hours and 35 minutes.
11:35. Fantastic. Nice landing. I'm sure everybody be very excited to just get off the airplane, walk around, and breathe some fresh air. Coming in behind that from Amsterdam is Delta 165. That's a 330. Coming in from Schiphol.
55, 56 Heavy Minneapolis.
A few heavies back to back. It's always nice here at MSP International.
Delta 170 Heavy, turn left at Alpha 3, contact ground, 0.9er.
Five Fox Delta Minneapolis normally go through metering, runway 17 via Whiskey, caution wave 4, departure information Romeo.
Okay, 17 via Whiskey.
5 Fox Delta on Whiskey, caution wave 4. Delta 170 heavy ground, taxi to Alpha to the gate.
All right, in from Amsterdam. Delta Flight 165, Airbus 330.
Turn
it's on you, Alex. Red tail.
Street and contact ground 0.9er.
Well, your wish is my command. Let's activate that salute.
Ah, beautiful.
Endeavor 5245 Minneapolis Tower, keep it moving at Mike, cross runway 12 right, showing Whiskey, traffic 3.5 out. Keep moving, cross 12 right at Mike, 5245.
And if you're tuning into our broadcast, welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul. Alex Redding, RJ Bean, Paul Hansen, and Logan Justice with you. Logan's on the camera. I'm running the broadcast booth. RJ and Paul are here. Paul Hansen is back on the broadcast. I think it's been around maybe close to a year since we had you last on the program. So it's really great to have you back to be able to have you come on and share your stories, pick your brain a little bit, and it's also been a great day for plane spotting out here too. I mean, yeah, it's 84 degrees, but you know, it doesn't feel too bad. I mean, that's
could have been negative 30, and we've sat out here and those temps doing spotting. Remember?
no.
No, it's great to be back. Thanks for having me. I certainly appreciate it. It's always great to come back.
November 385 Foxtrot Delta, Roger. You've marked are now 123, appointed.
Delta 2006, turn right at Papa 2, contact ground, point center.
And here we go. Here's our A300. This is UPS 5556 Heavy from Chicago, Rockford.
45, 21A, to get to the gate, or just save it?
We're here 4523, I'm working both. You can remain this frequency.
Okay, save it.
Delta 2000. Contact you via Papa Charlie Bravo.
So we need to listen to see if we're going to end up with the Mike taxi, because if we do, then I'm ready to try to generate a wave. Just need to use the other arm.
Turn right at Whiskey 5, and then taxi.
Now, a few months ago, I was down at UPS for a conference. We were able to go into the hangar and see the sort, RJ. And so we got to go into an empty A300 that just landed, and the 747, as well as the MD-11, and get to see what those aircraft look like empty. It takes about 35 minutes to unload that A300.
5245, fly runway heading, runway 17.
Fully full till it's empty is about 35 minutes. It's 45 to 55 minutes on the 747 to unload one of those,
and
those
UPS
containers.
5556.
So okay, I was just going to say everything is in containers.
Yes, everything's in the containers. And a package that you send today, when it gets down to the sort, it is only touched by the human hand twice.
Wow.
Otherwise, everything is automated. It weighs it, it reads it to where it's going, so that you know where your package is going, when it is going to arrive estimately. It's both FedEx and UPS have an amazing sort facility. It was pretty neat to see that.
So, Captain Paul, you should have been here on Sunday and seen the wave that I got. It was I got the best wave that I've had so far since I started to do this. The FO was really into it. He I think not only did he give us a good wave, he gave us some fist pumps.
Nice.
That is awesome.
So that was kind of fun.
It's amazing what these freight operations have been able to do to turn the amount of product coming from one direction to go into the sort and then on to the next city. Certainly something
I think we're going to get a mic here.
Yep, they're going to go on Mike.
Bridger 8, turn left heading 100, runway 12 off, clear for takeoff. 5245, turn right heading 215, contact departure.
All right, Logan, we got to watch for the wave.
Let's see if we get the wave out of the 300 crew.
3606, copy, and it was off the runway, correct?
Yeah, so we don't remember if it's
Oh, there was a wave.
Copy, we'll have someone
She got her wave.
What it was.
Did we get one?
We did.
Yeah, we did.
We did. You got your wave, RJ. Fantastic. Love that participation.
All right.
C-130 departing off the north parallel, runway 12 left. So we got the
Papa 4 right as he was
military
exiting the,
aircraft on
runway 12
submissions
left.
here
On
today.
Papa 4, please.
So the updated score is UPS 4,
Is there any
FedEx
contact departure?
2.
Still a wonderful day. 12 right, 12 left. Winds are 160 at 9 knots, 84 degrees with 29 centigrade.
Airline 5120, runway 12 left. Start your taxi.
Woo!
Yeah,
Just got a whiff of the smell of jet fuel.
That we did.
Yep. Not in the morning, but in the afternoon.
Yeah. The UPS facility is right behind us here at the observation area at MSP International Airport. So being able to get a good look at the wide bodies that come in every afternoon, and then they'll leave later on today.
48 Minneapolis Tower at Delta, cross runway 12 right.
That aircraft came out of Rockford, from the Rockford facility.
Hours, Sun Country 1042, visual 12 right.
We also see a lot of the Sun Country 737 Amazon
at 6, runway 12 right.
aircraft.
12 right, clear to land, Sun Country 1042. Op 48, he couldn't recall. It was right as they were exiting. He described it as Papa 4. At the 48 copy will show Papa 4 close.
It's a server thing. I don't know why we keep disconnecting and then randomly just reconnecting. It's weird. It's not that bad, but we just continue that stream while So, Paul, we also have some other interesting arrivals that are still going to be making their way in here on the broadcast.
Yeah.
One of the ones I'm looking forward to is our MD-11 from Louisville, Kentucky.
Beautiful.
UPS 2568 heavy.
Thank you, Airline 5110. Once that vehicle off your
So a
right
little
pass,
while
you
ago, I
can
mentioned
continue
that
for Airline
the
12
ground
left,
hold
Papa
in
4.
Chicago must have been lifted, and I am wrong. That United Flight 1531 is still sitting off the pad of runway 17 waiting for Chicago to open back up.
I think I see them too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still sitting down there.
So yeah.
We'll get a view of them here.
Yeah, something must be going on in Chicago. I'll take a look at the weather here and see what we have. You know, it's always a challenge in Chicago. That's all I can say about that. Chicago right now, you know what? There's really not much going on down there.
Runway 12 left.
Just must be an oversaturation. We'll take a look at the FAA's delay program. We got ground stops in Orlando. Surprise, surprise. LaGuardia. Las Vegas.
Has been extended. I'm now not
ground delay in JFK. Houston.
22:45.
Dulles.
So
Newark.
another 50
DCA.
minutes or so, I should hear more.
We got ground delays in Boston as well, and Austin.
So basically, the disruption chart is erupting
It is.
with disruptions.
Yeah, even Philadelphia's got one. Chicago's on a ground stop due to thunderstorms.
Again?
Yes, they are.
Oh, my gosh.
So, hence that poor United flight and those folks sitting down at the end of 17.
So you know what this means, folks? We're now on diversion watch. A diversion watch has been issued for our broadcast here today. So what that means is we're looking for aircraft that, due to ground stops at their arrival airports, are unable to make it within the allotted time, for that flight. And so they'll have to, if they're waiting for too long, they'll have to go to an alternate destination.
Get some gas and head back on to the next one. And it's occasionally that we do see international carriers, anywhere from Emirates to the Asian carriers coming into Minneapolis, as well as the European carriers, because Chicago is on a hold. On the 4th, I came into Chicago and I had a hold for about 35 minutes. It was an oversaturation of aircraft going into Chicago due to a thunderstorm that had just departed the area. You got Sun Country coming in from Vancouver, BC. That's Sun Country 1042.
Well, we had issues with the ground stop in Denver. Was it on Sunday, Alex?
We did, and as well as Chicago, too.
Yeah.
Sun Country 1042, turn right at Whiskey.
You know, for me, I always get the delays on my go-home day. So I had a flight at 2:25 on Friday. I was supposed to land at 12:20. The plane got delayed coming into Myrtle Beach, and I started hauling our way towards Chicago.
And Paul was sad.
And I was excited. I was going to go home. I was going to land at 12:30. I'd have plenty of time to get to my gate. And we got the MD-11 coming in from Louisville. UPS 2568 today. There it is. Now, Alex, that center gear that you see on that MD-11, they can still fly if something is wrong with that. They can lock it up, and they can continue flying that aircraft for a few days until they have to fix that.
Oh, wow.
Actually, that's 2591. We have a couple.
Learn something new every day.
So
well,
I didn't know that either.
It's going to be cold back. You'll stay on that inner.
When I got that tour of the sort at UPS, I learned all kinds of things.
We're going to 12 laps.
Well, I'm sure I shared this with you in the past when we've been out here together. The DC-10, as I say, cousin to the MD-11, was my dad's office for a number of years, in the left seat, of course. And there's a funny little story as it relates to my dad getting called out on the radio by a departing flight behind him. They were taxiing somewhere. I don't remember where this happened. But he,
I remember. This is good.
Yeah, so, my dad got kind of the call out on the radio and said, "Hey, Northwest, when are you going to get rid of your training wheels?" Well, my dad could kind of stick his nose up to them and turn around and say, "Hey, I'm bigger and better than you are, and I can fly further and longer. See ya." Enough said. Because, we all know that they had the...
Yeah, if you're going to be throwing shade like that, you better make sure that you're the big boy on the block.
No messing with my dad. No way. Never, ever.
Oh. Coming in on the right side, we got 2983 Delta A320 coming in from DCA. Get the salute here shortly.
About a couple of minutes, we'll also have our MD-11 taxing on Mike.
That's right.
Are they?
Oh, yeah.
Have we heard yet?
Well, not yet.
Got me excited.
But it won't surprise me.
It's, UPS's chance to increase the lead over FedEx. It's 4-2 at the moment. Yes, Captain Paul.
We still need to do that wave counter thing. I still need to get that up on the broadcast, so that's a work in progress, folks.
It's me and, my imagination.
Hey, you know what? They're fun ideas. We'll certainly roll with it.
But yeah, my mom told me that story during the times that my dad was flying the 10.
Oh, wow.
No messing with the left seat.
No.
Same with you.
Yeah. One day I'm going to... If I'm flying and you guys are out here, obviously I'm going to wave.
Yeah, you better.
2272, Minneapolis ground, push approved, expect runway 17.
Hey, push through for runway
Delta land on 12 right here, and let's give it the old salute.
1405, runway 12 left, clear to land.
Delta 320 coming in from DCA.
Endeavor 5041, Minneapolis Tower, wind 1407, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land.
Delta 2983, turn left, contact ground 29.
Left turn over the ground, Delta 29 degrees. Minneapolis ground, Delta 2983 is Alpha 5.
Look out, we're going to get a mic.
I told you guys.
Ground, taxi via Alpha, Delta, New Fairfax, Fox 5.
Foxtrot 7, Delta.
Well, RJ trying to get another wave off from the crew on the MD-11 from UPS.
We're going to try and make it 2 for 2 today on UPS taxis. We had the A300 earlier, their flight crew. They gave us the wave. We're going to see if we can get the folks that are piloting this MD-11 to do it. And gosh, that is loud.
It really is. I can't tell, but I don't think we got a wave out of that crew. What did you think?
I couldn't see anything myself. I don't know if we went 2 for 2 today, but we went 1 for 2. Hey, that's a wave.
Sorry, now 732 visual, 12 right. United 732, Minneapolis Tower, wind 1506, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Coming up, we got Endeavor, part of the Delta family. Land on 12 right. CRJ 900 coming in from Rapid City, South Dakota. Endeavor 5, 5041 today. Well, RJ, you didn't get your wave.
That's okay.
That's all right.
You win some, you lose some.
That's right. We got a good score so far.
So I saw something that may have been going on as they were making the turn onto Mike, but I would have found that to probably not be a wave. It would have been too soon.
Tower Delta 2936 is up 7 miles out from the visual 12 right.
Delta 2936, Minneapolis Tower, wind 1506, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land, Delta 2936.
Endeavor 5041, turn left.
Coming on final 12 right, we got United 732. 737 800 this afternoon.
It's coming in from Denver.
That it is.
Endeavor 5041, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
You know, every time I look on this map, guys, to see what airplanes are coming in, they always show the 5-8 Club on the map. And if you're not familiar with the 5-8 Club, it's the home to the Juicy Lucy. Well, one of the restaurants.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. And it's real close to the airport. So when I've had layovers here, I'll take the flight crew over there. We get a burger and They get to
Delta
make up their
2349,
mind.
Minneapolis ground taxi via Papa Charlie Bravo.
I think the question is not who made it first, but who has the better one.
Yes, I agree with you on that. After United 1-2 right, we've got Delta 2936 coming in from Salt Lake City on a 321. I'll tell you, what I like about the Airbus, people say, well, you've flown Boeing and you fly the bus. Why do you like the bus? Because I don't have to eat with a clipboard on my lap.
Yeah.
I got a nice gentlemanly, civil tray table to eat off of. Back in those Boeing days, I had a lot of pants with food stains.
United 732, Minneapolis ground taxi.
Probably many trips to the dry cleaner that you've saved as well with the Airbus layout. The side stick versus the yoke. It is the great debate.
Yes.
Within the commercial aviation industry, if you're a pilot, which is better.
Well, yeah.
And it all comes down to personal preference and how they feel about it.
It is. My good friend Mike Lynn, he said, when he was on the 330 and he went back to domestic, and I said, what aircraft are you going? I'm going to go to the Boeing. I go, why? Because you can get higher and get away from the storm. All right.
I bet there's a lot of people out there that when it relates to the bus, it's a stick. It's not a yoke.
Well, and that's the hard thing. Now, the difference, like on the A300, now it is a bus for all practical purposes, except the thrust levers move like a Boeing does, and it has a yoke like a Boeing does. But other than that, the A300 is an Airbus with the law systems and all the other things. But a lot of people just, they've been in the Boeing so long, it's hard for them to transition over. Whether it's stubbornness or whether it's just hard.
And part of the design choice when Airbus was first getting into the commercial aviation market back in 1974, when they came out with the A300, they realized that familiarity with the way that things had kind of been popularized with, as far as the cockpit layout is concerned and flight controls, that Boeing kind of cemented as the industry standard, and other airliner manufacturers such as McDonnell Douglas,
right?
And before then, it was Douglas and McDonnell, because the yoke was the primary means of controlling the flight surfaces on the aircraft.
Absolutely.
Of course, the side stick invention came later, but Airbus wanted to have something that if they knew if they were going to be successful, they had to build something that was going to be comfortable, reliable, easy to use, and also very familiar to get people to come over and get type rated on that aircraft.
Right. We got Delta 1862 coming in from Indy. It's a 320. There you go, RJ.
1531 taxi with you.
Here's the salute for the
runway 17 taxi
Airbus
via
Northwest lineage.
Zulu Whiskey to 17, United 1531.
So it's on the north side.
It is on the north side.
So a little bit of a longer distance salute.
That it is. That plane that just landed on the right side is SkyWest.
3689.
That was an E-175 coming in from Wichita. This heat is getting to me. Can't always pick out the right one on the map at times.
1208 Minneapolis, wind calm, runway 12 right.
We're starting to get a little bit of a breeze. It's starting to feel nice.
So let's check on that United departure that was in a holding pattern sitting down there at the 17D ice. I think
all right. Well, coming in from Chicago, we've got a American Airlines 737-800. Let me take a look at what's going on down there in the holding, the penalty box.
Anyway, you got you trained right on that one.
Yeah. Well, it looks to be that United is making its way, so they've opened up the ground hold into Chicago, and they'll be departing here shortly, and that's United. 15:31. Taking up runway 17. If you're just joining us, welcome to MSP Airport live from the Midwest Mecca of aviation, right here at the Minneapolis International Airport.
Right at Mike, right turn with United 2272.
We're enjoying a fine afternoon. Departures off 17 and 12 right occasionally. Winds are 180 at 5 knots, 84 degrees. It's a gorgeous day in Minneapolis.
Humidity is down.
It is.
This is the warm weather that I like. You know, low to mid 80s, low humidity.
Right. Yeah, down in Myrtle Beach, last week, that humidity was
will be no factor.
stiff.
Join the inner when able. Alpha Delta to the gate.
Got a United flight. We'll be crossing here shortly.
Say 737, Max 8.
That's right. Going to Denver this afternoon, 2272 of United's fleet.
With those gnarly wingtips.
United 1531.
So, RJ, what do you call wingtips on an Airbus?
Well, I know there's different terms for them. I haven't...
They're proprietary, I'll tell you that.
Okay. I know when you're flying on a 7.3 and you look out the window and see those are gnarly.
Yes. I'll give you that answer here in a second. Got Delta Airlines 757-300 coming in from Orlando. It's flight 1208 this afternoon.
We've got Aer Lingus coming in from Dublin here on the North Parallel with the A321 XLR.
Oh, so they're coming in side by side.
140 Minneapolis.
Oh, looks like Shamrock's a little bit ahead.
Yes, they are.
170.
Yep, there's Shamrock.
Yep.
The wind, line 12 right, emergency 140.
Coming in from Dublin.
And of course, we can also swing over and get our 757 arrival.
3032, winner, chicken dinner right there.
Who says you can't catch two?
That's right. With this fantastic camera work from Alex.
Thank you.
We get it all.
Is that the Dash 300?
That was. That's
yeah,
a salute.
You can always,
ex-Northwest.
Yeah, you can tell they don't flare much. They don't need to.
They can't really flare much because that airplane is, if you're not careful with it, you can't get a tail strike in it.
Yes. Yes,
if you rotate at too aggressive of an angle of attack,
turn left at Alpha 3, contact ground.
Or even just when you flare, you have to be careful with that aircraft.
Yes, you do.
Because it's so long. In fact, that aircraft is so huge for a narrow body. It's actually the largest narrow body twin jet ever produced in the commercial aviation market. In fact, it could hold a few more seats than its wide body cousin, the 767-300ER.
That's to Alpha Charlie, Quebec.
Coming up on the right-hand side, we've got American 2140, 737-800 coming in from Charlotte. It's going to be a warm day in Charlotte.
So yeah, Roy, I like to call those wingtips sharklets too.
Boom, boom. Hey, she's got the answer.
Yep.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Clear land 12 right, Delta 2226.
Yeah, proprietary is the names of the winglets, sharklets, etc.
And we need to do a shout out to Judd Goldberg. Welcome to Main Cabin.
941, top left.
Delta 941, Minneapolis ground, taxi.
Thank you so much for supporting us through our YouTube memberships. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you with us.
got it, or Alpha
Hope you're having a
35,
fantastic
and
Wednesday, everybody.
contact
Alex Reddick, Paul Hansen, RJ Bead, and Logan Justice, who is
989
cooling off in his car.
Out
He's
there for you.
taking a little break from the heat here.
Yeah, it's still warm because of the sun. And the sun's further north, and so are we.
Want to give a big shout out to our fantastic controllers on duty, our world-class air traffic controllers here at MSP Airport. Perched atop one of the more historical and unusual air traffic control towers in the country.
Good afternoon, American 2140 is on Alpha going to Echo 15.
American 2140, Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha Delta.
Alpha Delta, American 2140.
Heading 215 over departure United 2272.
Tower afternoon, Delta 2840, visual, what's your right? Delta 2840, Minneapolis Tower, wind variable at 5, runway 12 right, clear to land. Clear to land, what's your right, Delta 2840, thanks. Delta 2226, turn left at Alpha 3, contact ground, point 9er.
2.9 Delta 2226.
And Delta 941, make the turn behind American, please.
Make a turn behind the American Delta 941.
Delta 2226, Minneapolis ground. I'm sorry, what was the gate?
Gulf 13.
Gulf 13, Delta 2226, taxi via Alpha.
Up to the gate, Delta 2226.
Well, my arm doesn't feel the greatest, but
November 905, Victor Romeo, Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi via Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Afternoon Tower, Jetlink 121 with you on the visual 412 right, phone it up. Jetlink 121, Minneapolis Tower, wind variable at 4, runway 12 right, clear to land. Land 12 right, Jetlink 121. Delta 2840, contact ground, point 9er. Point 9, take care, 2840. 2. Take ground, afternoon, Delta 2840, clear now from 5, Charlie 11.
Delta 2840, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
Alpha Delta came back, Delta 2840, you got it.
Spirit 4739 Minneapolis ground taxi via Papa Delta.
I want to bring this up here. Thank you, Judd Goldberg. Welcome to Main Cabin. Thank you for supporting our channel here on YouTube by becoming an MSP Airport Live member. Have fun with the interactive experience through our custom emojis and perks. Roy, thank you for tuning in, watching from the Emirate of Kuwait. Thank you so much for the lovely live stream. You're welcome. Had to step down off the ladder here for just a minute here. Had to take a water break, RJ. It's that heat's starting to get to us a little bit more now that the winds have really died down.
Yeah, there's no breeze. The windsock is just hanging.
So there's our live image across the way. Looking at Concourse E, this is the concourse at MSP Airport where all of the other mainline carriers have gate space. American Airlines, United Airlines are in Concourse E. Aer Lingus also has a space prepared for them. Spirit is also at Concourse E. Same with Air Canada, too. Air Canada is also over there.
Papa 3 here for gate Charlie 10.
That's 2463 Minneapolis ground taxi, Papa to the gate.
Up in 2463.
That's 2463. You'll see opposite direction company. They're going to Charlie 11 on the inner. If you want to let them pass before you turn into the gate.
Company pass, wait, turn 463.
That's 2840. The company off the left there, they're going to go to Charlie 10, wait for you to pass.
2849.
Tower Delta 2574 visual, 1 to right.
Delta 2574 Minneapolis Tower, wind variable 5, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 1 to right, Delta 2574.
Jetlink 121, turn right, Whiskey 7, taxi Whiskey to signature, monitor ground point enter.
Whiskey 7 west, you can monitor point 9.
So this Jetlynx has just come in from Vancouver. It's a Learjet.
Oh, nice.
A nice and speedy 2 hours and 48 minutes.
Delta 1999 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1804, runway 12 right, clear to land.
1 to right, clear to land, Delta 1999.
See straight into the gate.
Andrew Nabo, you're welcome. Thank you for the subscription. Much appreciated. Ronald Smith, one of our awesome members, chiming in. Love watching the dual landings and dual takeoffs at SFO at San Francisco. Fun to see something similar at MSP. I would agree with that. Yeah, there are times where we have dueling departures and or arrivals. That was going back to the 757-300 and our A321XLR for Delta and Aer Lingus, respectively, that arrived just on the broadcast earlier in the show.
So this is Delta 2574 that's just touched down. It's a former Northwest Red Tail, an A319 from Savannah.
Delta 2574, turn left, Alpha 5, contact ground point 9. Alpha, ground point 9, Delta 2574. November 905, Victor Romeo, contact departure, good day. Gravity Delta 2574, clearing 1 to right, going to Fox 1.
Delta 2574, Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha Delta.
Alpha Delta, Delta 2574.
Ground Delta 1555 taxi.
Delta 1555, runway 17, taxi via Bravo Charlie, hold short runway 12 right.
17 Bravo Charlie, hold short 12 right, Delta 1555.
Got a doorside arrival for United Airlines. It's on runway 12 left. We've also got another arrival here coming in on our runway that we're spotting directly in front of us, 12 right.
Delta 1555, pass behind the company bus on Delta, just ahead to the left, and you can monitor tower now 126.7.
It's a pencil coming in from San Francisco, former Northwest Red Tail, dash 300.
Oh, nice. We got another 757-300 on the way in.
Up 1555, Minneapolis Tower at Charlie, cross runway 12 right, join Whiskey, cross runway 22.
On Charlie, cross 12 right, join Whiskey, cross 22, Delta 1555.
Delta 1999, turn left at Alpha 3, contact ground point 9.
Left Alpha 3, ground point 9, have a good day, Delta 1999. And ground, good afternoon, Delta 1999, off of Alpha 3, going to gate Fox Coast 2.
Delta 1999, Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha Delta.
Alpha Delta, Delta 1999.
Minneapolis FedEx 798 Heavy, visual 12 right. FedEx 798 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, wind 1207, runway 12 right, clear to land. 12 right, clear to land, FedEx 798 Heavy.
Passing by in front of us on Whiskey is Delta 1555, another former Northwest Red Tail, an A319 headed to Grand Rapids. Headed over to runway 17.
Southwest 901, taxi.
Southwest 901, runway 17, taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4.
Alright, Delta Sierra Kilo, cross 4 for 17, Southwest 901.
Minneapolis ground, wait for Southwest to pass the tail, then push the proof.
Wait for Southwest to pass. contact, and Whiskey 2, standing by.
Minneapolis ground push approved. Expect runway 17.
There goes our 757-300 that we just saw arrive earlier.
Alex, we got FedEx coming.
That's correct. FedEx 798 Heavy from Memphis, Tennessee with the 767-300ER is on final approach for runway 12 right. It's on short final right now.
The 1555, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
So I think here it is. Just waiting for it to come a little bit closer to us on their descent. There we are.
Via Delta.
Delta 25. FedEx 798 Heavy, turn right at Whiskey 3, and then contact ground point 9.
Okay, Whiskey 3, ground point 9, FedEx 798 Heavy. FedEx 798 Heavy off of Whiskey 3.
FedEx 798 Heavy, Minneapolis contact C via Whiskey, cross runway 4, Mike Tango.
Ooh,
Yeah,
yes.
we got another bike taxi.
Yeah, I was staying quiet there just to listen to ATC to see what they would say.
Same here. That's now 3 for 3 today. We've had our cargo heavies go on taxiway Mike next to us.
And don't we have another FedEx coming?
I think we might.
Seems like we usually get, what, about 2 each?
1555, contact departure.
We typically just get about 1.
Okay.
That's 798. So if we get a bonus FedEx, hey, you know what? I'm all for it.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Oh, we're getting a little bit of a breeze. Oh, that feels so good.
There goes our Oshkosh 4x4 Striker fire truck.
Dub 606 Minneapolis Tower, wind 160 at 9, runway 12 left, clear to land.
63, we did taxi.
1263, runway 17, taxi via Bravo Charlie, hold short runway 12 right.
Bravo Charlie, or 21.
So Captain Paul has cooled off and is now back with us.
I wish we had like one of those troughs that you have at the farm full of ice, and I could just lay in the thing.
Duck your head in.
I'd have the MSP Airport live Speedo.
Oh, please.
Oh my gosh.
They are not for sale on the website, so don't go looking for them.
We are not going to make that. We're going to safely save.
Yeah.
We are not going to make that.
That's the last thing you want to see. Oh, mercy. Well, it's good to be back, cool down. You know, I see FedEx just landed. Let's see.
See what happens.
All righty. She's going to do the wave.
One-arm bandit.
One-arm bandit.
So they will be taxiing on Mike.
Let's see if she can get a wave out of him. All kinds of suggestions she's gotten to try to get the attention, waving that orange vest. Will do for today.
Extreme on tower 126.7.
126.7, that's
Southwest 1642, Minneapolis Campus 3, expect runway 17.
Expect runway 17.
Let's see. Did we get a wave? I know if I was me doing it, they go, "What's that lunatic doing?" Nothing.
53 Minneapolis Tower at Charlie, cross runway 12 right. Join Whiskey, cross runway 22.
Maybe you need a sign.
We join Whiskey and cross runway 22 Delta.
I'm sure everybody can have suggestions on how to get more waves out of the pilots.
Wave here.
Wave here.
Just like the hit it here signs that you'll see at baseball parks.
That's right.
I think that's what we need. We need a neon sign too.
Yeah.
12 right, clear to land, Delta 1044.
Gotta love that. RJ's gonna hop back on here.
Well, I tried.
That you did.
Left, clear to land, wind 1408.
That you did. Well, if you're just tuning in, welcome to MSP Airport live from the Mecca of Aviation of the Midwest here at the Minneapolis International Airport. We've had some heavies coming in, going out. FedEx, UPS have been in.
Delta 606, Minneapolis.
Alex, who do we have coming in next on the heavy run?
What do we have coming in next? That would be Air France. They are doing it around this time.
Okay.
Assuming that they have not canceled for today.
We've got Delta 1044, 737-900 coming in from Nashville on the right-hand side.
So Air France is significantly delayed. They're not going to arrive until about 8:12 p.m. tonight.
Wow. So it's going to be another late flight for those that are going over.
Yeah. At least they did not cancel on us.
Southwest 1542, ready taxi.
Southwest 1542, runway 17, taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4.
Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4, runway 17, Southwest 1542, have a good day.
You too.
Delta 1263, flying on my heading runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Window heading 160, running up at 1163.
There's a Delta in from Nashville.
Heading runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Flight 1044, 737-900. Part of the stable of workhorses of this airline.
Delta 1044, turn
On the
left.
north side.
Oh, I've got an update. Ronald Smith just has posted in the chat. He said, "Very clear wave." Do we get one?
I think we might have actually.
Okay. Because for me, it was hard to tell.
It was hard to tell.
All right. Well, we've got some extra set of eyes helping us out watching the stream. So
Thank you very
that's
much.
great. All right. So it's the score is now 4-3, but UPS is still leading. So keep track of that updated running tally.
There you go. Well, like I said, if it was me out there, I would be going, "What's that lunatic out there?"
Turn right, contact on flight 9er.
Yeah, Bob the cat says, yeah, he waved.
Great.
So it's like, okay, well, thanks for the help.
Absolutely.
Because as I stand over here to the right of where we're set up, and I'm also kind of trying to look through the fence. So,
3 Minneapolis ground taxi via Papa Charlie 6.
Papa Charlie and
Delta 2203, it's Papa Charlie 6.
Oh, okay, Papa Charlie and Charlie 6.
Hi, sir, 657, Amsterdam, wind 1407, runway 12 left, clear to land.
Coming in from Denver, we've got 321 Delta 2271 this afternoon. Landing at 12 right.
Turn right, heading
Just
215,
joining us, welcome to the afternoon session. We're having a fantastic day. RJ Bean, Alex Redding. Alex and I have been here since, about 12:15ish. RJ showed up a little bit after that, dealing with this afternoon, 84 degrees.
Tower Delta 2696, visual 12 right.
Delta 2696, Amsterdam.
Have either of you guys been to Iceland before?
2271, cut to ground.
I have.
You have.
Ground 9, Delta 2271.
It was enjoyable.
Yes, and before we continue that conversation, I have to add, Ronald Smith has said, your camera did a great job of capturing the FO's wave. It was very clear and obvious. All right.
Welcome.
Love it.
Yes, I've been to Reykjavik a couple times.
I've landed in Reykjavik on the Falcon 50, and that runway's right on a cliff. So as you come in over the water to land, it's pretty cool to see that cliff, and the landing is just about a quarter of a mile past the cliff. It's kind of a neat way to come in there. I was on my way back from
Minneapolis
Rome.
ground, push approved, expect runway 17.
Push approved 17, Delta 1923.
Yeah, of course, my time visiting Reykjavik has been thanks to a couple of cruises, so I've not flown in there.
Oh, gotcha.
Second time we were there, we actually did an overnight.
Protect 6 Minneapolis ground, wait for a bus to pass the tail, then push to the approved.
Wait for a bus to pass the tail, then push approved. Super touchdown.
We've got dueling arrivals.
That's right. Ice on the north side, the Gulf Stream on the south side today.
Delta 2057, Amsterdam, traffic's 2.5 mile final with Mike, caution, 12 right, turn right on whiskey.
Cross 12 right at Mike, right on whiskey, Delta 2057.
3679 at Amsterdam, traffic 5 mile final bus, 1406, runway 12 left, clear to land.
Runway 12 right, taxi via Lima, and at Lima 5, hold short runway 17.
Lima 5.
That aircraft coming our way is a 320 Delta 2057 going down to Indy.
Papa, cut to ground, point 100.
So, Captain Paul, you're in charge of the wave. Or the salute, I meant.
There's the salute.
At Lima 6, hold short runway 17.
It's one of those days I'm just going to sit and chill.
You are in a perfect position.
Ground, United 658, ready to taxi.
United 658,
Lined up short final.
17, taxi via
12
Charlie
right.
5,
We got
Charlie
Delta
short runway 12
2969. It's a 321.
Charlie, short of
It's coming in from
12 right,
Tampa.
United 658.
Sun Country 3033, monitor tower 123.67.
My old stomping grounds.
That's right.
5657 Minneapolis ground taxi via Papa.
A little warm down there today.
Short runway 12 right.
Have you flown into that airport?
Many, many times.
There you go.
In fact, my first long cross country was from Sanford, Florida to Tampa International in a Cessna 152. And I pulled up the signature flight service, and they came out and had to put a red carpet down in front of me. And I'm sure the FBO guy was like, oh, really? Do I really have to do this?
Yes.
Yes, they did. North side from Boston, another 321, Delta 1127.
696 Minneapolis.
Boston had a ground stoppage earlier in the day. We saw that with Chicago and Orlando, and a lot of weather on the East Coast, and Florida is always this time of year.
Make the left turn, Charlie 6 to the gate.
On Sunday, you guys saw the delays from Denver and Chicago, which kind of threw a wrench into the festivities of Sunday.
Sure did.
Join whiskey into 5331.
1127, cut to ground, point under. 2057, Amsterdam, turn left, heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
7 United 58.
Ground Delta 1127, clear 12 left. Charlie 5.
Delta 1127, Minneapolis, ground taxi via Papa.
Taxi via Papa, 27.
So today we're the southeast flow. We have runway 12 right and 12 left active for arrivals and departures. And runway 17 also active for just the departure end, as we'll take a look at our ops chart here to give you guys a little bit of a picture as to where we're at with that little flag pin in the center of the airport map there. That's where the viewing area is located. So we're spotting 12 right, 30 left. 12 right is active today.
127,
So we have the green arrows that indicate the departures, and the blue arrows indicate the arrivals.
Runway 17, taxi via Bravo Charlie.
So this is what we're looking at as far as traffic flow is concerned.
Right in front of us, the Delta 5337, Delta connection by Endeavor into CRJ 900. Heading down to Madison.
Sun Country 3033, Minneapolis, turning 1 right on a plane, traffic will cross downfield.
Starting to get a little bit of a breeze out here, feeling a lot better than it has been.
Well, up today, to this right, 55 to 58, monitor tower 126.7.
5568, 125.7.
It looks like Sun Country with the prime colors.
No, sorry,
And the Amazon Air heading out to San Bernardino. They'll be departing off 12 right here shortly. Just getting in position.
679, Minneapolis, ground taxi via Papa. Just let me know if you're
Sun Country 3033.
it doesn't know that we'll copy the Papa
Nice, 657, monitor ground, point under.
Going on here.
Sun Country 3033, remain this frequency for a turn 3 miles off the end. Fly runway heading, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
So there's Iceland Air 657 that just arrived on the north parallel, runway 12 left. From Reykjavik, they're making their way over to Terminal 2.
Runway 12 left, clear to land.
I might have to hold for Spirit, is that correct?
I'm sorry, did you say was it Delta 2? And I had wrote in Delta 5, is that correct?
Yeah, Delta 2.
Right, yeah, very good. If for now, if you could just hold your present position, that'd be great.
That prime air flying for Sun Country has been a staple
Never
for them.
5331, but Amsterdam, 17, monitor flight, delay for traffic for 12 right.
And has kept them financially safe.
Runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4.
Alright, cross 12 right at Charlie for Delta 1923.
1923 on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Yeah, Whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 1923.
Oh yeah, they had a load. They were on the heavier side. C-130 arriving north parallel, runway 12 left.
There it is. Do you think they're coming down from Ripley?
Maybe.
Fort Ripley is about an hour north of us. And I know they're doing a lot of maneuvers up there.
I don't see another C-130 because usually they
come
go out. They
come in groups. Where I live up in the northwest of the city, there's usually a group of them that come zipping around, coming back at the end of the day.
Showing 1752's ready check.
Showing 1752, runway 17, taxi via
So, Captain
Papa,
Paul, when I did my
runway
trip
4,
out to Colorado to
right,
ski this
runway
spring, I
17.
came back on one.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yep, I booked it on purpose.
That's awesome. That is, you know, when I tell people
Delta 26,
that I
96,
do this
good
program
now,
with you
one
guys,
throttle,
and some of you have taken trips on specific aircraft put on your bucket list, and other pilots go, really? And I'm like, yeah, it's crazy. You can find out the aircraft you want, you know, whether it's a different paint scheme, etc., model numbers, and it's amazing that we can, in this day and age, we can find out all the cool information.
Yeah, I could have flown out on one too. The only problem is I felt that with the arrival time in Denver, as it related to getting my shuttle out to where I was ultimately staying at Keystone.
Right.
I was going to be potentially dealing with rush hour traffic.
Ah, yes.
And of course, we all know that the Denver airport does sit out a ways from Denver proper, and getting on I-70 to get going out into the mountains. So I said, nah, I'll surrender the flight going out. Plus, I would have been getting out there a little bit later and getting in and kind of getting settled. And I was out there for a week. Out of the 6 days that I allowed myself to potentially ski, I did 5 out of the 6. So
Good for you.
I skied the first day, took the second day off, and then skied the rest between Breckenridge and Keystone.
3528 Minneapolis, ground taxi via Papa.
So, folks, if you're tuning in, happy Wednesday. Welcome to our broadcast of live plane spotting here at MSP Airport Live. Alex Redding, Paul Hansen, and RJ Bean
120.
hanging out at the airport, the airport's aircraft viewing area on what is a hot but a not so bad summer day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, temperature right now hovering around 84 degrees. It stayed fairly constant.
Bearing 1752, monitor tower 126.7.
I wonder if we're going to have the Captain Paul Hansen special come in tonight, the Spirit A321neo. You've actually got the opportunity to fly the A321neo.
Yes.
What is the biggest difference that you've noticed, because you've flown the current engine option and the new engine option Airbus aircraft? You have both type ratings for those aircraft.
Right.
For Spirit, which one do you like flying more? Or is there much of any difference between the two?
You know, there's not much of a difference in it. I mean, you've got some performance capabilities on it that make a difference, but you know, they're pretty much the same. You know, when you get into the Neo series, it's quieter, obviously, than the classics. Yeah, really not much. You know, you've got a little bit more wait time for the engine starts. So you can cool the starter. And on the shutdown, it takes a little bit longer to cool down before you do shut the engines down completely. But for the most part, Alex, pretty much all the same.
Which do you think looks cooler? I like the Neos because you get the bigger engines.
Yeah, you know, now with the new paint scheme on the windscreen, it looks like the dumpster panda. Like the 350.
The trash panda.
The trash panda, thank you. Yeah, I think that's sexy myself.
Speaking of, look what's coming.
Uh-huh.
You're watching them pretty closely there, Captain Paul.
Yeah, I don't think they know who I am, which is good. I don't want anybody to know who I am.
25, monitor tower 1.
So, RJ, we have to be on the lookout for Delta 258 Heavy to Dublin.
23 to Detroit, got a departure.
Switch departure Delta 19.
What's their departure time?
Sunny 5 at Amsterdam, Lima 3, caution, 17, proceed via Delta.
Well, they should be departing fairly soon here this evening.
This guy's 4120, flighting 100, got a departure.
And I enjoy being there. So, very blessed to be there.
You like my dad and call it a nice place?
Yeah. Yes.
There you go.
You know, it's the checks keep clearing, so I'm going to keep showing up.
Yep, that's. I don't know if it was a specific, if it was the 10 or the 7-4, but yeah, that's what he used to refer to as either the aircraft or the cockpit. I don't remember which one. He loved flying the 10 because of the big cockpit windows.
Oh, sure.
Tango now, current altimeter is 2998. River 5105, monitor tower 126.7.
Off to the right, United 68 will follow them.
Got another arrival coming in here on 12 right.
It's going to be Delta 1878 from Cancun, Mexico. 3 hour and 28-minute flight.
Traffic behind you has a time. Turn left in Kilo 8, hold short of Kilo.
321.
More heavy. We're following them on Zulu.
Got it 658, you're number 1 at the runway, turn left heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Sector runway 17.
Push approved for runway 17, 96.
Delta 1878, got the ground, point number.
Point 9, we'll see you, Delta 1878.
Number 5105 and Amber 5105 and Amsterdam, Mike, cross me 1 trade, turn out on whiskey.
Minneapolis Tower, Conquest 425 Yankee, visual 12 right.
River 425 Yankee, but Amsterdam, wind variable at 6, caution wake turbulence, previous arrival Airbus, runway 12 right, turn around.
Clear to land 12 right, 425 Yankee. Clear wing 1752 is ready.
Cleared 1752, turn right on Kilo.
On Kilo, clear wing 1752.
Sector 9690, you guys are aware of your edict, correct?
Negative.
Okay, I'm showing an edict of 0134.
0134, but you're 9690, thanks.
Cleared 1752, turn left heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Left heading 140, 17 clip straight out, clear wing, 1752. And ground first, you're 9690. I think we're actually just going to pull back to the gate here.
Yeah, it's Vickers 9690. Yeah, sorry, I wish I had noticed it before you guys pushed, but I figured I'd let you know now.
Yeah, I appreciate the heads up.
School's on the horizon. Oh, yeah.
Flashjet 1900, got the ground, point number.
Well, I'm looking forward to
Got it 658, got a departure.
Departure gate at 658.
2483, Minneapolis Tower, wind 170.5, runway 12 left, clear to land.
Via Papa, Charlie, Bravo, hold short of the tunnel.
And ground first, you're 969. Just double check. What was that time again?
Yeah, it was 0134 on the edict, and if you want to call your company, I don't know if they can help you out. Sometimes we see internal company swapping edicts, so you can get it out earlier. That's probably your best way, or bet of getting an earlier time. I think it sounds like it's just because of the weather.
Yeah, we'll see what we do. Appreciate it.
Spirit 1752, contact departure.
Spirit 1752, zip.
Number 5105 at Amsterdam, turn left heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Left 140, 17, clear for takeoff, over 5105.
Number 425 Yankee, taxi should be a whiskey to signature.
Signature, 45 Yankee.
So Captain Paul has to leave us. Thank you, Paul. Really good to get him back on the program. It's been a long time since we've had our friend Captain Paul join us with live plane spotting. Also, folks, how are we feeling about the new on-screen graphics updates? Many of you might notice that we have our live automated flight board on the bottom left. Changing it up a little bit.
Connect departure.
Next arrival for runway, I'm going to say either 12 right or 12 left. It looks like 12 left.
What's at 1900? You can
Got
continue
Delta
around the
2654
the gate.
with the 757-200 November 819 Delta X-Ray. The registration of that aircraft.
We got swoop too.
That we do. WestJet Flight 1900.
Taking A2, Minneapolis ground, runway 12 left, taxi via Romeo.
Sun Country 506 with you, visual 1 right.
Sun Country 586, correction 506, Minneapolis Airwind 1506, runway 12 right, clear land.
1 right, clear land, Sun Country 506. Sun Country 516, clear to land.
Sun Country 506, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Direct clear to land, Sun Country 506.
There's our 757 from Atlanta.
Oh, jeez. I couldn't see him. I was sitting down with an umbrella over my head.
Flight gate 2,
There we
Minneapolis,
go.
approximately on course to maximum from here. Flight gate 2, what's the approximate on course heading to maximum from here? Flight gate 2, runway 12 left, on a point.
Looks like we got more C-130s making their way out.
Delta 2654, contact ground point.
Ground Delta 2654, clearing up 12 left for Fox 10.
So 2654, Minneapolis ground taxi via Papa, Charlie, Bravo.
Can't quite see him just yet.
4821, Minneapolis turn, wind
Sometimes it's one of those things you hear them before you see them.
Exactly.
Push through 17, United 37.
American 329, Minneapolis ground push approved, expect runway 17. You can push on to Delta.
Okay, push approved onto Delta, we'll expect 17 American 36.
That's 1026, Minneapolis ground push approved, expect runway 17.
To the first 17, that's 1026.
Oh, we have a C-130 departure off the north side. They are airborne.
Whiskey, contact ground point 9.
Whiskey, ground point 9, Sun Country Airlines.
Number 4906, Minneapolis turn, wind 150 runway 12 right, clear to land.
2 right, clear to land, number 4906.
Really cool setup you guys got. Is this for work or is this just a hobby?
Gate 2, got a departure.
Sun Country 506, Minneapolis ground taxi via Whiskey Delta.
Whiskey Delta, Sun Country 506.
I'm sorry, was someone else calling?
Yeah, it's United 370 is curious. You're showing you wheels up time to Denver.
United 370, we're working on your flow call now. Right now, it's standard call.
So, Alex, we need to give Steve Lundleby a shout-out. He sent out 5 MSP Airport Live gift memberships, and looks like people that have been able to claim them have said their thanks in return.
Nice. Thank you, Steve.
29.
Including North Midwest Buzz, the Papa Smurf, the OG.
Alright, 17, Charlie 6, Charlie, hold short.
Thank you for those membership gifts.
A poor collegiate student. And Ian Teege. And AO. And then, yes, Chelsea Gunderson posts, prayers to Texas. Yeah, I've seen some of the footage of what has happened down there with the aftermath of the flooding. That's really hard to see. And the fact that it happened so quickly. And in response, Alex, to what you were asking about our viewers with the way the flight data is, Ronald Smith says that he does like the flight data might have saved me from switching browser tabs to check the ID of a particular plane. There you go.
Well, we're happy. Something we've been trying to find a way to integrate the best that we can.
4821, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa.
So there you go.
And I was checking in on our Dublin departure. Last I checked, they are scheduled on time at about 6:30.
Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short of 10 right, United.
Do we know what gate they're at?
37.
It's a good question.
1026, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie.
I don't, with the features that I have with the app, not paying for it with the subscription, I don't have access to that information. I guess we'll watch for it and we'll figure out which one it is as they push back and their transponder goes off.
Voice 121, Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi via Whiskey, cross runway 4. Whiskey, cross 4 to runway 1.
So Brian is the name of the captain aboard Delta 258 Heavy that will be departing MSP Airport tonight for Dublin.
07, runway 12 left, clear to land.
Aboard that A330-200 that is scheduled.
4906, contact ground, 100.
Ground 9 for there, 4906.
He's also a big fan of the show. Wanted to give him a shout out and a sincere thank you. Also for the wave. So I think he might be doing a wave. We'll just have to be on the lookout for that.
So we'll have to zoom in on them from over here then if they obviously do their taxi on the opposite side of runway 12 from here.
Tower 1267, good day.
127, have a great one, United 370.
Alpha 1026, monitor tower 126.7, good day. Tower 267.
So around 6:25 is when we'll have that departure.
Got a 370, Van Amsterdam, Charlie, cross, 1 to right, join Whiskey, cross, 4.
And Charlie, right down on Whiskey, cross runway 4 for United 370.
And we've got an American 737-800.
1026, Van Amsterdam, make this left turn at Alpha
Off to
7.
Chicago. Here, head over to 17.
Join Whiskey behind the Lear.
Alpha 7, clear to cross 12 right. We'll join Whiskey behind a Lear, Delta 1026.
Billings 121, follow United. Delta 1026 on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
On Whiskey, clear to cross 4, Delta 1026.
That's off to Atlanta. Delta 1026.
Tower United 1134 on the visual 12 right.
And at 1134, Van Amsterdam, wind 1506, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 12 right. Control United 11.
Here's United.
American 329, we've got about 4 minutes before I can let you go. Turn left at Kilo 8, hold short of Kilo.
Left Kilo 8.
So I can't share any information on this United taxiing by us on Whiskey because they're not showing up on the flight radar. And just as a heads up, there's a Learjet 75 is behind them. They're headed to Omaha.
There's that Learjet.
I got a couple minutes to wait for your release to Denver. Turn left on Yankee, turn right on Kilo, and on Kilo, hold short of Whiskey.
Left on Yankee, right on Kilo, then on Kilo, short of Whiskey, United 370.
Up to 2575, contact ground 100. American 329, turn on to Kilo behind United, left to right.
Right, on to Kilo, behind United, left to right. Ground up 4575, turn at Alpha 318, Fox
2575, Minneapolis.
Hi, Carolyn. It says hi. Nice day there. A little hot. Yeah, a little bit, but we know it could be worse. The humidity would
of course, increase that discomfort level here. Unfortunately, today it's not that bad. It's the air temperature that's really more so producing all the heat today. And we need to shout out to Elias Lund, member for 5 months.
All
Premium.
right, celebrating a anniversary with the membership there, another month. Thank you, Elias.
He also says, love the update, looks great.
You're welcome.
Felix 121, but Amsterdam, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
On 370, thanks.
Delta 1026, Van Amsterdam, 17, line up and wing.
Well, we've got another departure that's coming up that's always kind of interesting to watch, and that's going to be Delta 397 to Fairbanks.
397's right there.
They will need the extra real estate.
Right, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha, cross runway 4, pass behind a Airbus on Charlie.
Okay, for 12 right, Charlie 5, Charlie Alpha, cross 4 and pass.
Yep, their transponder is on, and it does look like they have pushed.
Somebody was really laying into that call button on frequency.
17 line up and wing.
Like the button got stuck.
Correction, United 1134, contact ground, point 9.
Or somebody's in a hurry.
Or impatient.
Sorry if I blocked you. Hello, and number 4832, 12 right.
Number 4832, Van Amsterdam, traffic mile, final Gulfstream, wind variable at 5, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 12 right, Denver, 4832.
Jetlings 121, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
Right, 215 over departure, Jetlings 121.
That's 134, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha Delta, Quebec.
Taxi via Alpha Delta, Quebec, United 1134.
2607, wait for an Airbus to pass your tail. They're going to park at Fox 2. After them, push approved, runway 17.
That's the Airbus going to Fox 2, push approved, runway 17, up.
Delta 1026, heading departure.
So this is a Gulfstream G280. I'm not sure where it's come in from. I'm not being provided that information. Sometimes Flight Radar doesn't make that available.
Gulfstream 4 Echo Mike, taxi via Whiskey 5, signature.
Whiskey 5 signature report.
Good day.
1267 on 397.
United 370, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
Right turn 215, switch in 370, thanks.
That is a tall ladder.
Yeah, I noticed that when he came. Definitely, and more than enough to get up over the height of the fencing out here. I know. I almost had to get mine out last night, Alex. I had a little bit of a shelving project malfunction last night.
Ooh.
So that on top of the fun that I dealt with earlier today, so I was scrambling to take stuff down off of that shelf before more of it came down.
Ooh.
So I'll have to redo some of my shelving work that I did.
American 329, kind of departure.
But oh well.
American 329.
Yeah, I was going into my little toolbox, and because of where I have it, I heard something, and I started looking around, and originally didn't see anything, and then I started looking up kind of the top shelves that I have in my my pantry where I have photo albums, and it's just like, ruh-roh.
Go 3 pause 0. 3 pause
So
0 8.
I was immediately scrambling to get everything down before anything fell. So I'll just have to redo it
Never 4832, got to ground point.
when I'm able. So no timeline, no deadline, whenever.
Yep, so we'll get the departure to Fairbanks here in just a minute.
397, I'm sorry, all set.
And we'll also
we can let you know, Delta 397.
keep an ear out for Delta 258 Heavy that's off to Dublin, with Captain Brian in charge today. Also, thank you, Brian. Appreciated the email. He sent us a lovely email, I think, on Monday this week.
Yeah, you posted it into our group chat for the broadcast team, and that was really nice to read. Do you think by chance he would request a whiskey taxi to be closer to us to do this?
I would not be surprised, but just because of the wingspan on the 330-200, I think he's probably going to have to take Alpha just to keep the traffic moving.
16085, runway 12 left, left.
Gosh darn.
Alpha Charlie.
The fact that he would even take that into consideration, though, I mean, thank you. I mean, that's more than enough.
You never know.
Then push as approved, runway 12 right.
I give order to the CRJ, then push approved for 12 right, Delta 258 Heavy.
Oh, check this out.
What's up?
So according to our managing producer, Michael Larson, get our ticker out of the way here. Just in an air service development meeting, they are confident that JetBlue may return after they stabilize financials and get their operational feet beneath them, which JetBlue has had a huge challenge in trying to stabilize their airline operation.
229 at Amsterdam, traffic 3 mile funnel 220, wind 1508, runway 12 left, clear land. 397, you're still working.
So Alex, I gotta respond to this one. Bill Sexton says, is anyone headed to the state fair this year? What you think of the new fair foods that was released this morning? Oh, I'll have to check that out because depending on what gate you come in, I might be scanning your ticket. So I've got everything taken care of and I'm ready to go. We have a required orientation that we have to attend the Saturday before the fair starts, and it'll be my 3rd year. So, yep, start your fasting. I know as we went as a family, we always had kind of a checklist.
535 Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 12 right.
Final runway 12 right, line up noise, traffic crosses downfield.
Line up only 12 right, Delta 397.
Skies 3508, Van Amsterdam, traffic holds in position at Mike caution at 12 right, turn right on whiskey.
And Mike Cross 12 right, going with Skies 3508.
Hey, Dublin is pushed.
All right. Captain Brian is aboard.
That's 130 Juliet, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 12 left.
And 397 is
2085, got a ground plan.
at the end of the runway. Of 12 left.
Brian is also a former Northwest pilot, too. So he's a red tailer.
Well, yeah, of course, A330.
Conquest 425 Yankee, Minneapolis ground, runway 12 left, taxi via Whiskey Delta, hold short, runway 12 right. 2 left, Whiskey Delta, hold short, 12 right, 45 Yankee. 2885 Minneapolis ground.
I think this is Delta to Fairbanks.
Yep, it is. Delta 397.
17, clear for takeoff, Delta 2607.
And off they go.
Skies 3788, Minneapolis turn, traffic 7 mile final Airbus, from 12 left.
We got Alaska coming in on the north parallel, runway 12 left.
From Seattle.
Contact departure Delta 397. Quest 25 Yankee monitor tower 1267. Good day. Tower for the
So there is our Delta A330 200 off to Dublin.
Alaska 229, join Papa Country ground, please.
Alaska 229, Papa ground to Echo 1. Alaska 229, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa Charlie, Charlie 6.
Oh, they just flapped the tail rudder. That's always kind of fun to see.
105, runway 12 left, over takeoff. 425 Yankee, but Amsterdam, Delta, cross runway 12 right, taxi via Delta Papa.
Alright, cross 12 right at Delta, Delta Papa to 12 left, 45 Yankee.
Delta 2607, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
215 departure Delta 2607.
Skies 3508, but Amsterdam, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 425 Yankee on Papa, cross runway 4, final ground now on point 9.
Alright, cross 4 on Papa, over ground, point 9, 45 Yankee. And the twin prop is coming at you. Go beyond Delta, so just turn it behind them. Turn it behind the twin prop, Delta 85.
So we do want to bring this up here, Elias. Celebrating 5 months of premium MSP Airport Live membership. Thank you so much, Elias. Got the red tail emoji, got the MSP Airport Live emoji. Thank you so much, Elias, for your awesome support.
All right, they're taxing.
And also for Steve sending those 5 MSP Airport Live gift memberships from earlier. Want to give that a shout out.
2695 at Amsterdam, 1406, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 12 right, Delta 2695. Two-5-8 heavy, you can switch the tower now, 1267, good day. 267, Delta 258, good day. Conquest 25 Yankee in Alaska, alright, we'll give way to you, just switch back to tower, 12395 this time, good day. 2395. 35, runway 12 right, taxi via Papa Mike Alpha, cross runway 4. That was 130.
So was it Captain Brian?
For taxi,
Was Captain Brian.
Okay, so for Captain Brian, I'm going to at least try to wave my, what's become kind of my popular fluorescent orange jacket, so
As you're taxiing, hopefully you'll see us over here. And I guess, what do we have to zoom in on? How much can you zoom in on them from over here? There we go.
Joe, wait to an Airbus at your tail, then runway 1, 2 left, activate Papa and cross runway 4.
So, Captain Brian, have a great trip.
49, Minneapolis ground, activate Papa. Call point 9 and answer.
Delta 2187.
2187, runway 17 to activate Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
17, Alpha Charlie, hold it short, 12.
I think they put up a sign in the window, it looked like. Or something. Yep, we see ya.
Delta 258 heavy, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, line up on white. Line up on white, 12 right, Delta 258 heavy.
I think I'm going to just fire off the red tail salute and...
The 2187, monitor tower, 1267 today. Minneapolis Tower, good evening. Up to 2274 on the RNAV.
This is a former Northwest A320 Delta 2695 that has just touched down from New Orleans.
We're going to leave the red tail up because here's another former Northwest aircraft.
The instructions, stay straight ahead on Alpha, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right at Alpha 8.
Alright, we'll continue via Alpha, crossing runway 4, holding short 12 right at Alpha 8, Delta 2180.
And we're just now starting to see the next arrival coming in. They're still a ways out, so our Dublin departure is good. Go.
Remain with you, 12 right, clear for takeoff, Delta 258 heavy.
Truck 4, Minneapolis ground, push approved.
All right, there they go.
Ground dollar 2695.
Captain Brian,
on Alpha going to
this roll to rotate salute is for you, your crew, and all passengers on board today. Have a great trip to Dublin.
Taxi at Bravo to Alpha 10, runway 12 right. Bravo to Alpha 10 for 12 right, Alpha 5.
Cross 12 right, going with you, Delta 2187.
Delta 1645, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 12 left.
Push 12 left to the 1645.
The 2695, monitor ground, point 8 today.
Point 8, 2695.
Ariel 914.
914, Minneapolis Center, traffic 3 mile funnel, Boeing 757, wind 150 runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land,
535, you can switch to tower 1267, good day.
Over to tower, have a good night, Delta 535. Traffic departure.
So Michael Shepard says, is that a 777? Regarding to the departure that we just shared, no, that was an A330. So Alex, Scott Olson said he gave us a wave. So I don't know what it may be.
It's hard to tell from the viewfinder of the camera because it's so small.
And the departure that we just shared too for Michael, that is headed to Dublin, Ireland. Oh, you're welcome for the reply. We're always glad to help.
That was super special. I'll say that.
2870 Minneapolis ground, push approved.
Thank you, Brian.
Approved for 17 Delta 27. Super Tug 4, monitor ground point 8, good day. Monitor ground point 8, Super 4.
Delta 2187, Amsterdam, turn left heading 140, runway 17, take.
That was Delta 2274 that just came in from Phoenix.
Turn left Alpha 4, contact ground point 9.
4 and ground point 9, 2274. Delta 1605 with you, 12 right.
Delta 1605 at Amsterdam, traffic mile final, Boeing 757, wind 13 at 7, runway 12 right for plan.
And we've got another 75 about to touch down from LAX. It's going to be flight 914. Another 300. We're getting all kinds of 75-300s today.
Minneapolis ground.
That's a salute as well.
Runway 4, hold short, Charlie 6, your gates pushing. Alpha, runway 4, shorter, Charlie 6, Delta 2274. Tower Delta 2094, visual 12 right, is
2094, but Amsterdam, traffic 3 mile final Airbus, wind 13 at 7, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Runway 12 right, Delta 2094.
Up 914, turn left Alpha 4, contact ground point 9.
That's Alpha 4, ground point 9, that's 914.
Well, looks like we've got our A321neo for Delta Airlines that's about to depart.
Ground Delta 914.
Supposed to wait for an arrival. Where's this one headed off to, RJ? Is this Anchorage?
Alpha 6, 914, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha. Sure, that's Alpha 4, you can taxi via Alpha to the gate. Alpha gate,
Well, my phone decided to freeze up a little bit with the oh, there it is.
45.3, Minneapolis ground.
Yep,
Push
this is the
approved,
departure.
17.
That's
Push
been told to
approved, runway
line to
17,
wait
start 45.
is Delta 535 to Anchorage. Yep, A321neo. And that's because about to touch down is Delta 1605 from St. Louis, a former Northwest A319.
No. Ground Delta 2870 ready taxi.
As usual, constant, non-stop.
Runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 and Charlie. Hold short, runway 12 right. Taxi 17, Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, 12 right.
As this arrival's touching down, we can already see the next one coming in, and sometimes a second one after that.
2773, but Amsterdam in the route, turn right on Alpha, hold short, runway 12 right at Alpha.
Alright, right on Alpha, hold short, 12 right on Alpha 8 for Delta 2773.
And there's another arrival that is closely spaced behind that will be just ahead of our departure to Anchorage with our 321neo.
1605, Alpha, Alpha 4, going to Fox.
1605, Minneapolis, ground, your gate's full, taxi Alpha, short of Delta, and I'll call you back.
Short Delta.
And this arrival is Delta 2094 from Sacramento is 739ER, as a lot of the Delta 73s are. Arr.
Delta 2773 at Alpha 8, caution in left right, right on whiskey.
Don't say right on Delta.
1613 Minneapolis Tower, wind 1307, time hold position, right on right.
All right, our Anchorage departure's been cleared to go.
That it has. Looks like they're going to sneak this A220 across the runway ahead of it, though. Come on, dude, hustle.
Runway 4, short of Charlie 6, Delta 1605. 94, clear Alpha 4, taxi to Fox.
2094, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha Delta.
Alpha Delta for Delta 2094.
Ground, wait for Fox 7 to park, and then push approved, runway 17.
Runway 17, pushing Fox 1 after Fox 7 parks, Delta 2087.
429, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
Push approved, 17, Delta.
All right, there goes Anchorage.
The 2870, monitor tower, 126.7, good day.
Over tower, Delta 2870.
Yard 4523, just push 14 Sierra retake. Yard 4523, new wheels up, time is 55, wood at 05, 10 miles 45. Runway 17, taxi via Charlie 6 and Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Alright, 17, Charlie 6, Charlie, hold short, 12 right, copy the times, Brickyard 4523.
Brickyard 4523, additionally, traffic turning on Delta will give way to you, there's parking at 16.
Right.
And this is our next arrival coming in from Santa Ana, Delta 1613.
So I can't push it to after they leave.
Copy, Delta 564.
The whale, the A220.
2773, Minneapolis, Charlie, all set.
2467 behind an American Embraer at Charlie 6 intersection.
1613, turn left at Alpha 5, turn off, contact ground point 9. Alpha 5, ground point 9. Delta 1613. 2773, runway 17, line of point. Delta 1613, Alpha 5 for Golf.
1613 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, just check with company, so I'm showing Charlie 16 for you.
1613 on the ground,
1613, you're still on ground, but start via right on Alpha, please.
right turn.
12,
237 over the numbers, land 1408, runway 12 right, clear land. Clear land, runway 12 right, that was 4139.
Southwest that just arrived. We have an ex-red tail, former Northwest, Delta A320.
Alpha, it'll be Alpha, Delta, and Quebec.
Alpha, Delta, Delta
16. Southwest 557 clearing with 25, Hotel 13 degree.
Plus 557, Minneapolis ground, taxi VO Whiskey Delta, use caution, company's push on 12.
We're headed to Albuquerque.
Ground southwest 429.
Yeah, the A320 has been,
429, runway
it seems,
taxi
the
at Delta Tango Kilo,
usual assignment as far as
Delta
Delta
Tango
equipment
Kilo,
goes for
crossing
that
4 for
particular
runway
route.
429.
We've got a north side arrival. It's American Eagle with an Embraer.
Plus 1613, join Delta behind the company 73. You can monitor ground on point 8 today.
Behind the company, the 73 and then point 8. Delta 1613.
Point 297, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
Push is approved 17, Delta 2297.
Delta 429, cut through the de-ice pattern during Kilo and monitor tower 12367 today.
2367 will monitor and cut through the de-ice pad, Delta 429, thanks.
Skywest 4130.
4523, no delay in the cross, please.
We're moving.
Airfield 22 Minneapolis Tower, winds 1607, runway 1 right for the land.
Ground Skywest 4139 on Alpha for parking Bravo. Bill 4139 Minneapolis ground, taxi Alpha, short of Delta, and I'll call you back. Taxi Alpha, short of Delta for Skywest 4139.
Delta 2870, turn right heading 215, contact departure. Perfect, 4523, once you get over there, you'll be after that southwest that you see over on your left side there on Tango.
Okay, we'll give way to the southwest on Tango, Brickyard 4523. 139. Charlie, then Quebec, ground point 8, thanks. Charlie, and then Quebec, and then ground on point 8, sorry about that, for Skywest 4139.
Turn left at Alpha 5, join Alpha, contact ground point 9.
Left on Alpha 5, Alpha over to ground, Delta 3113. Tower Delta 159 on the visual, runway 1 right.
139 Minneapolis Tower, found a CRJ about 5 miles ahead, wind 1407, runway 12 right, go to land.
Go land, runway 12 right, Delta 159. Landing ground Delta 2087 off Fox 1 with Tango taxi. 2087, runway 17, taxi via Delta, Bravo, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right. Delta Bravo, Charlie, short 12 right, so runway assignments 17, Delta 2087. So 20, crush 3113, Minneapolis ground, taxi Alpha, short Delta. Alpha, short Delta, Delta 3113. $16.05, skin taxi Charlie 6 and short of Delta for now. Charlie 6, short Delta, Delta 6 in a plan.
Now final on Mike, cross runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey. 791, thank you, keep moving on Mike, cross runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey, traffic 3.5.
Moving on Mike, cross 12 right, go.
Airfield 22, turn left at Alpha 7 and join Alpha behind the bus there and contact ground from there.
Things starting to heat up at MSP Airport.
Minneapolis, Charlie, all set.
Okay.
non-stop arrivals.
806, turn left heading 120,
And a
120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
few departures that are on their way out.
5022 Minneapolis ground, taxi via
This is
Alpha.
a A321 in charge of Delta Flight 2268. It's off to Fort Myers, Southwest Florida International.
297 Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Alpha Charlie, hold short of 120 lights. And if I wait about 2 minutes.
And trailing our flight to Fort Myers, this is SkyWest 3791 off to Oklahoma City with the Embraer 175LR.
2027 Minneapolis Tower, 7 miles behind the company 717, runway 12 right, cleared land.
12 right, clear land, 2027. Monitor ground point 8 today. 5022, monitor ground point 8 today.
And coming in from Kansas City, Missouri, Delta Flight 1159 with a Boeing 717 about to touch down on 12 right.
Yeah, that's 574, how are we looking? 574 is going to be a minute. I'll have your clearance here in about 2 minutes. I have to get one parked at box 1. Plane 5 Minneapolis ground, pushing through. 35. Also 1605, once traffic clears the alley, taxi, it'll be number 1. The alley behind you.
All right, now United can cross runway 12 right.
Charlie 6, continue via Delta Bravo.
This is flight 1237 with an Airbus A3
and ground point 9, Delta 1159.
with an A319 off to O'Hare.
It's Delta.
Hold short 12 right at Delta now, Delta 2297.
2297, monitor tower 1267, good day.
267, Delta 2297, enjoy your evening.
Delta 1159, Minneapolis ground, what gate? 1159, parking Delta 5. 1159, roger, taxi via Alpha short Delta, be just a minute. Alpha, hold short Delta, Delta 1159.
23, turn left heading 120, 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Runway 17, 120, second bridge car, 40, 5.3.
Delta 2268, runway 17, line up and wait.
Runway 17, Delta 20. Going to pull to the top. So once they do that, your push is approved, runway 12 left.
That's approved, that's box 5 pushes there to the top, that's 5 pushes.
Up for Delta 1442. If I have room reference those other 2 pushes, I'll push you, but otherwise, it's going to be a delay. Copy. Ground, 75, please. 75, roger. Proceed via Delta, Sierra, November, cross runway 4 and hold short, runway 17. Delta, Sierra, November, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 17, 35. Delta 2437, I'm not sure if I said it, but short the tunnel, please. Yep, short the tunnel, Delta 2437. Delta 1159, getting angled towards Delta now. Use Delta, go back to your gate. Delta, go back to the gate, Delta 1159. Heading 120 into Birch Picture 4523, see ya. Delta 1159, monitor ground on point 8. Good day. Monitor ground on point 8, Delta 1159.
Here's Delta Flight 2027 coming in from San Jose to the former Northwest Airlines A320.
Traffic 3 mile final, no delay at Charlie, cross runway 12 right, running with cross runway 4. No delay, cross 12 right on Charlie, right turn whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 28. Recognize 7, no delay at Delta, cross runway 12 right, running with cross runway 4, traffic 2.5 out. Clear to cross 12 right on Delta here, I'm going whiskey, Delta 2297. 2268, heading 140, contact departure. Heading 140 over departure. Our Delta 1152 visual for 12 right.
Delta 1172 Minneapolis Tower, 11407, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land, Delta 1172.
The 2027, contact ground point 9.
Point 9, 2027. Delta 2027, just exited 12 right at Alpha 5.
2027 Minneapolis ground with your Gabe.
Fox 4.
2027 taxi at Alpha, Delta, and Bravo, and as you're able.
Alpha, Delta, Bravo, Delta 2027.
2027, can you speak in front of if you can do that, just go in.
Yeah, we
Got a
can
couple
speak right in
of
front of him and get out of his
Delta
way, sir.
departures that just crossed.
Thank you, sir.
Runway 12 right at the same time. And here's American from Dallas, Fort Worth.
Turn left, set up 4, otherwise on the way down to Alpha 3, turn left, contact ground point 9.
So this former Northwest Airlines Delta A319 is heading up flight 2087 to Silicon Valley, San Jose, California.
The West Cargo.
And then trailing it, Delta 2297 to Phoenix Sky Harbor. And here comes Sun Country Flight 1982 from Raleigh, Durham.
On to Bravo for you. Tower no
79 Minneapolis Tower, 1 variable 6, runway 12 right, clear to land.
clear to land.
.2087, flag runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. .2297, bust ahead roll on runway 17, line from 1.
Delta 29 at 31, pushback complete, VTEC is going to come on.
Delta 2931, runway 17, taxi at Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Charlie 5 Charlie will hold short 12 right, Delta 2931. Ground point 9, Delta 1172. Delta 1172, runway 12 right, for 38 Concord.
1172, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha Delta.
Alpha Delta depart, Concord, Delta.
What's the update on Air France? I was just telling them about that.
Delta 1872, turn right at Papa 3, join Papa, contact ground on point 8.
I can relate
And I'm not looking forward to being able to take all of this off and see it.
And taxiing by us on Whiskey, headed to runway 17, Delta Flight 29 at 62. It's off to Ronald Reagan National Airport, our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., and trailing it is Delta 2931, bound for Denver, Colorado, with a 737-900ER. Also want to give a big thank you to Brandy for the $1.99 Super Chat, flying Delta on 9:15. Thank you, Delta crew. So, folks, we got an update on Air France. Looks like we'll have the arrival time around 8:06 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So this is Delta Flight 1442. It's with the 737-900ER outbound to Las Vegas. The other A321 that we just saw earlier leading it on Taxiway Whiskey is Delta Flight 2145 outbound to San Diego, California. So they'll be headed to runway 17 behind us for their departures outbound from MSP tonight. Also, folks, stick around to the program because we'll have more heavy departures coming your way, including an international departure from Iceland Air thrown in with a MAX 9. And Delta 1484 Heavy with the A350-900 running on time today, supposedly. So we should catch the departure around 7:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time. About 5 minutes earlier than they are scheduled to depart. So, folks, while we have a break in the action, we're going to step aside and take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the arrival of Air France, and along with some of our evening heavy departures outbound to Europe as well. Don't go anywhere. MSP Airport Live will return with a live plane spotting after these messages.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.
Clear for takeoff, American 2140. Sun Country 636 Minneapolis, contact via Papa, Charlie, and Charlie 1.
Papa, Charlie, and Charlie 1, 636.
Delta 1502, Roger, so you're not ready to push? Okay, yeah, just give Meter a call when you're ready. No worries. Delta 2107, Minneapolis, ground push approved, runway 17.
Good evening, Delta 605 is visual 128.
605 Minneapolis Tower, 11407, runway 128, clear to land.
Clear to land 128, and we're parking at Golf 11, I believe.
Roger.
Delta 19 Ground I-656, just a second.
656, runway 12 right, taxi via Delta Whiskey, cross runway 22.
Runway 12 right, taxi via Delta Whiskey, cross runway 22.
American 2140, good night. Delta 2809, Minneapolis, ground push approved, runway 17. Minneapolis, ground push approved, runway 17. Delta 2809, just heads up, you're coming in very quiet, barely readable.
Push approved, we'll back to runway 17, Delta 2809.
Loud and clear.
Beacon's on, brakes released, clear to push.
Sprint 812, runway 12 right, taxi via Whiskey, cross runway 22.
Okay, 12 right, Whiskey, cross runway 22, Air Sprint 812.
Super Tug 8, affirmative, stay on Alpha the rest of the way.
Alpha 605, turn left at Alpha 5, taxi Alpha to the gate, monitor ground 9.9.
Left on Alpha 5, Alpha to the gate, monitor 0.9, Delta 605.
Delta 1502, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 12 left.
Alright, clear to push 12 left, Delta 1502.
(2122) Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
Push approved for 17, Delta 2122.
Minneapolis Tower, hello, wind 1307, runway 12 left, clear to land, traffic departs ahead. Delta 1991, Minneapolis Tower, you all set? 1991, traffic's over the marker, Sierra J, keep it rolling around the corner, wind 1307, turn left heading 105, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Nice 656, fully ready on reaching.
ISO 656, monitor tower 126.7.
126.7, nice 656.
2107, runway 17, taxi via Papa, cross runway 22. Mike, hold short of runway 12 right.
And welcome back to the live plane spotting action. Iceland Air 656.
No traffic on final.
It's our flight to Reykjavik tonight. Told to line up and wait.
So 1991, heading 105, contact departure. Good night. 656, fly runway heading, I'll turn in the air, stay with me. Runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Continue runway heading and India, stay with you.
Look at that, BizJet. All right, here we go, everybody. Iceland Air to Reykjavik with the 737 MAX 9.
taxi via Papa. Once you're past the pushback at Delta 3, join Quebec. And then right turn on runway 4, hold short of Papa there.
Okay, transition over to Papa, go around the aircraft, transition back to Quebec, right turn on runway 4, short of Papa, Delta 1502.
656, turn left heading 105 now, 105 and contact departure, good night.
105 departure,
Sprint 812 Minneapolis Tower, gonna still be about 5 minutes so we can get you in.
Have a great flight to Reykjavik tonight, Icelandair.
Turn left on Charlie, short of Charlie 6, but I'll have more from there.
Alright, left turn on Charlie, short of Charlie 6, Delta 1502. So Papa, Quebec, left turn Charlie, short of Charlie 6, Delta 15.
That's fine.
Delta 1502.
1502.
Papa, Charlie, short of 6, is that what you want?
1502, however you want to get to Charlie, short of Charlie 6. Delta 2107, monitor tower 126.7.
126.7,
So if you're just joining us, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. Happy Wednesday. We have a southeast traffic flow that we are currently observing. So we have both parallels 12 right, 12 left that are active for arrivals and departures. Most of the departures have been on runway 17.
Hold short, runway 12 right.
17 primarily handles 99% of departures when it is in use.
2122, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Arrivals on 17 are rare as well. Something
Delta 1502, turn right at Charlie 6.
that is
turn right
worth
on
pointing
runway
out.
4, short of Quebec.
Alright, turn Charlie 6, turn runway 4, short of Quebec, Delta 1502.
Delta 1502, when you get there, engine management to your discretion, you're in the air at 49.
Thank you for that, Delta 1502.
Delta 2809, monitor tower 126.7. Super Duck 3, but I'm push through.
Push through, Super Duck 3.
And joining Taxiway Whiskey from Taxiway Mike, it's Delta 2107. It's outbound to Santa Ana, California. This is an Airbus A220-300.
Delta 2122, monitor tower 126.7.
26 FP, Delta 2122.
Sprint 812, Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, line up and wait.
Line up and wait. 112 right, here's Sprint 812.
Variable cross country.
Operating down 32 days.
Super Tech 3 ready for Delta. Super Tech 3 proceed via Quebec Charlie. Hold short runway 12 right.
Quebec Charlie. Right, Super Tech 3.
2 Minneapolis Tower, traffic holding position number, Legacy at Charlie Cross, runway 12 right, join Whiskey Cross.
Here we go. We got an Air Sprint charter. This is an Embraer Praetor 500. It's got a really cool paint job on it. So they have been told to line up and wait. And now we will await the departure.
Super Tech 3, monitor tower 126.7.
126.7, Super Tech 3.
So they've got to wait for this.
Fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
757, 300, X Northwest, crossing runway 12 right, outbound for San Francisco.
Sprint 812, wind 140 at 7, turn left heading 105, runway 12 right, quick takeoff.
Heading 105, 12 right, clear takeoff, here's Sprint 812.
So Air Sprint 812, it's off to Toronto. So here's our 757 that's outbound to SFO. There's also a 321neo that's behind it that's outbound to LAX.
Minneapolis Tower on Charlie, cross runway 13, continue Charlie, control point of 11, monitor ground point 9 after cross.
Charlie cross 12 right, Charlie control point 11.9 after crossing, Super Tech 3.
Sprint 812 heading 105 and contact departure connect.
105, contact departure, Sprint 812.
Here's Delta 2122, that's that 321neo to LAX we just saw.
Envoy 4151, Van Amsterdam, push approved, runway 17.
Push approved 17, envoy 4151.
Looks like a 717 is off to Tech Ops.
So 2809, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 2809, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. So 2107, turn right heading 215, 215, contact departure connect. 2122, 75 ahead, roll on runway 17, line up and wait.
2560, Van Amsterdam, push approved, runway 17.
Push approved, runway 17, Delta point up.
Delta 4803 Minneapolis Tower, 11307, runway 12 left, clear to land. Delta 2809, turn right heading 215, contact departure, have a good night. Runway 22, fly runway heading, runway 17, quick takeoff.
Tower Delta 1945, we're at 9.5 miles on the visual, 12 right.
Delta 1945 Minneapolis Tower, 11407, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 12 right,
Brickyard 9690, ground, are you up?
Found Envoy 4151 with uniform taxi.
Envoy 4151, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
17, Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, 12 right for Envoy 4151.
.2122, turn right heading 215, 215, contact departure connect.
Delta 2560, runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
Papa Mike, cross for hold short, right.
So my goal is to we'll get
Envoy 4151, you're released at 59, plan the 170 ice pad, monitor tower 126.7.
I will monitor 126.7 at 59, Envoy 4151.
1024, you can keep slowing back here, about 40 knots from one heading.
Okay,
watch the left screen there.
.4803, turn right at Papa 3, join Papa towards the gate, monitor ground point 9.
Yeah, if you want to hop on for a little bit and co-host.
Turn left, Alpha 4, join Alpha, ground point 9.
Alpha 4, Alpha, point 9, 1945, yeah. Delta 1945, Alpha 4 for Fox 9.
1945 at Amsterdam, taxi Alpha Delta.
Alpha Delta, Delta 1945.
We had some issues with our internet earlier for whatever reason, just kept dropping. This is the old
Delta 2560, monitor tower 126.7.
1267 Delta.
Okay, Amsterdam, push through, proceed to Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha, success 8.
Wasn't expecting that big of a lull in our action here, but things starting to pick up a little bit here from MSP.
Gotta make the call if you need it for waiter operations, otherwise it's 17.
We've got Envoy outbound to Chicago O'Hare with an Embraer 175 LR. We got a Bemidji Bird inbound. Metroliners coming in from Thief River Falls, Minnesota.
He said Green Bay. That's a private jet.
Okay, 2560, start Mike Cross, 312 right, on whiskey. 2560 at Mike Cross, 12 right, and right on whiskey. 1024, turn right at Delta, taxi Delta, Tango, cross runway 4, and Mike Sierra November, on November, short of 17.
Delta Tango, cross 4 and Tango, Mike Sierra November, hold short, 17 November, Mike 1024.
And making their way over here, outbound to the biggest little city in the world. That's Reno, Nevada. Delta 2560. It's making its way over here. It's an ex-Northwest A320, November 347, November Whiskey, that'll be making the flight tonight on this Delta service.
229, reference Airbus, push through, 12 right.
Hope all aboard have a safe and uneventful trip tonight. Should be excellent flying weather out of the Twin Cities.
1502, if you haven't already started them, start them up, let me know when you're ready to move.
Ready to go, Delta 1502.
1502, runway 12 left, taxi to runway 4 and Papa.
Runway 4 and Papa to 12 left, Delta 1502.
Also, folks, Delta 1484 Heavy with the A350-900 has turned on its transponder. It's getting ready to go to Detroit tonight. So there is a domestic arrival and domestic departure for Delta's A350 out of MSP. Links Detroit, Michigan. Delta's third busiest with their second busiest hub. Their second largest to their third largest. Now, Detroit is bigger than MSP when we're talking about overall land area or real estate, but when we're talking about the passenger traffic, MSP is busier. It's also worth noting that Detroit and MSP constantly battle for the number 2 spot of being the busiest hub in Delta's network. There is quite a rivalry that actually exists between the two airports. And there is 1484 Heavy pushing back from Concourse G.
Yeah, that's
And they are starting up those Rolls-Royce Trent XWB engines.
3730, runway 17, taxi via Papa, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
7 Papa Mike, that's runway 4, hold short, 12 right. The 2560, wind 1408, fly runway heading for now, runway 17, cliff takeoff. Delta 25.
So, for those of you who don't know yet,
runway heading,
now I've mentioned it on the broadcast before, but I will be on this exact flight to Detroit in August.
2309,
I will be connecting through DTW on my way to Traverse City, Michigan.
Approved. If they want to push you onto the Delta taxiway, that's fine. Runway 17.
Alright, got that reference to last
Also want to give a big hello to the people that are checking into our live chat tonight, that are watching us from coast to coast, and even right here at home in the North Star state of Minnesota.
Scene 02, about 3 minutes. Get you going.
Delta 1484 Heavy, runway 17, taxi via Alpha, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
He said push back, he goes,
Skies 3730, monitor tower 126.7.
All right, so it looks like Delta 1484 is going to be going to runway 17 for departure. So what that'll mean is that we're going to get a close taxi of the A350-900. That's kind of exciting. And we are also going to take a look at the spotter guide for the Delta A350-900, presented in part by our folks over at DG Pilot.
Minecraft 12 right, join whiskey, discuss 3730.
2560, turn right heading 215.
So these aircraft are absolute giants. They're a mainstay in Delta's fleet. Almost 220 feet long. They have a ginormous wingspan. They have a pair of extremely powerful Rolls-Royce Trent XWB engines, and they have the range to back up the impressive size and stats. These aircraft can stretch it over 7,000 miles worth of range on any particular route when they're in service. They are comfortable to fly on, and not just good looking. They're also packed with technology, a lot of safety features. It's a cutting edge aircraft that is currently in production from Airbus, and Delta is the only major operator of this particular aircraft out of all the major U.S. airlines. So there you go. There's a look at the spotter guide of the A350-900, presented in part by DG Pilot. It's an impressive aircraft, and we're going to get to see that taxi right on by.
1408, turn left heading 100, runway 12 left, cliff takeoff.
Delta 2309, you able to make the right turn for Charlie 5 there? There. 2309, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Alright, go to 17, Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, 12 right, up to 2309.
Southwest 4552, taxi with...
Southwest 4552, runway 17, taxi via Tango, cross runway 4, through the 170 ice pad to Kilo.
170 at Tango, cross runway 4, through the 170 ice, and then Kilo, Southwest 4552.
Oscar 229, 36.
Oscar 229, runway 12 right, taxi via Charlie 6, cross runway 4, Mike, Bravo.
Call right, via Charlie 6, cross runway 4, that's Mike Bravo, Alaska
02, contact departure 2.
8, plan the 170 ice pad, monitor tower 126.7.
Monitor 227, copy all, Delta 23.
Minneapolis Tower, but maybe 5-1 on the visual 1-2 right.
Maybe 5-1, Minneapolis Tower, wind 1407, and 1-2 right, by the way.
Clear to land 1-2 right, and maybe 5-1.
So normally our wide-body aircraft would be departing off of runway 12 right. But since they are so light on this particular service today, well, they can easily depart runway 17.
Minneapolis Tower, 4 mile final at Charlie, cross runway 12 right, join Whiskey, and cross runway 4.
Charlie, cross 12 right.
And that domestic hop to Detroit is just to keep the aircraft cycled and flying, rather than just having the aircraft sit around for its next long-haul assignment. Here we go. We have an X Northwest Boeing 757-300. Only 16 of these aircraft were delivered to Northwest. Delta inherited all of them at the merger in 2008.
Goodbye.
Northwest Airlines loved the 757-300, although not many airlines shared the same sentiment. This aircraft model was quite rather unpopular, with just over 50 examples produced in its entire production run by Boeing. So to be able to see the 757-300 on a regular basis anywhere is a special treat. It's my favorite narrow-body aircraft ever produced. It's also the largest narrow-body twin jet ever to enter production in the commercial aviation market. Truly a quirky and wonderful aircraft. It's also overpowered. These things are rocket ships. Their power-to-weight ratio is off the chain. And we've mentioned it earlier. Another fun fact about the 757-300 is that they actually have a few more seats than the wide-body cousin of this particular aircraft, the 767-300ER, which MSP Airport also sees.
2385 at Amsterdam, food runway 17.
45, 52 star caution wake numbers for the heavy 350, runway 17, your discretion, line up and away.
2385 at Amsterdam,
So this 757-300 is making its way over to runway 17. It's going to Orlando, Florida tonight.
51, taxi Charlie Tango, cross.
Also got Alaska 229 on taxiway Alpha. On the other side of runway 12 right, we might get a 12 right departure from Alaska. It's headed to Seattle.
229, map, sorry guys, all set. Hey, firm. 229, runway 12 right, line up and wait, traffic 6 mile final, short delay following one off the parallel.
On the way, 12 right, Alaska 229.
All right, so Alaska is going to thunder off 12 right, so we'll get a departure here coming up in just a minute. So just above the main set of cockpit windows, there's a couple smaller windows called eyebrow windows. Now that's a particular feature that's not common to spot, especially on the 737s in the next gen, and of course they don't exist really in the MAX series of 737 aircraft. There are a few 737s with those eyebrow windows still running around.
17 line up and wait, be about
It's a very small detail, but a very interesting one nonetheless. So there's nobody on final, it looks like, here, and so Alaska 229 is just going to take their time here, getting off the runway, which is totally fine.
Alaska 229, wind 1407, turn left heading 100, runway 12 right, left takeoff.
12 right, clear for takeoff, heading 100, Alaska 229.
All right, here we go.
Southwest 4552, departures 124.7.
2476. Departure, we'll see you.
Talk to you later, Alaska 229.
TTYL
4151, wind 1407.
says Alaska 229. Have a great flight to
140,
Seattle.
runway 17, clear for takeoff.
17 clear for takeoff, bus heading 140, convoy 4151.
More Bemidji aircraft continue to file in here as we work through the evening hours.
634, Mike Heavy, Maps Tower, wind 1407, runway 12 right.
All these little feeder planes belong to Bemidji Aviation.
71, taxi Mike Tango, stay with me.
So they're coming down to the big airport to get packages and other cargo to bring up to cabin country
Tower, good evening.
or other parts
Mike,
upstate.
Cross, right, follow the company Mike Tango, see.
That's 12 right, Mike Tango from number 4,
55, Maple Tower, Mike, cross 12 right, continue Mike and Tango.
Cross 12 right, Mike Tango, 55.
Delta 2749, plan champ, push approved, runway 17.
Push approved, runway 17, Delta 2749. Outward 4151, contact departure 2.
Departure, have a great day.
It's a Bemidji parade on Taxiway Mike with the Metroliner taking up the rear.
2733, the transmitter information, uniform on ground 40. 2614 minutes approved, runway 12 left, point 906.
All right, guess who's late but still fashionable? And they're big. It's Air France. Next to land on runway 12 right on very short final from Paris Charles de Gaulle.
Current map of status, wind 1407, map altimeter 2996.
He's still on there. So you never forget that, huh?
Ground Delta 2385, retake.
Delta 2385, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
France 634, Mike Heavy, turn left, contact point 9.
Left and 119 Air France 634 Mike, thank you.
All right, so Air France finally made it.
5530, map start, Mike, cross 21-2 right.
So they were originally scheduled to arrive here in the Twin Cities at around 5:30 p.m. Central Time. And with all of the turmoil going on in France with the controller strikes and all of the aviation labor mess issues going on over there, there are a lot of canceled or Uber delayed flights.
260 Minneapolis, don't block traffic off the right. Push is approved. Runway 12 right.
Great to see Air France here. We love seeing Air France.
Delta 2385, monitor tower 126.7.
Over tower 267, Delta 23.
And we've got a north side arrival. It's an Embraer 175LR coming in from Cleveland Hopkins International.
Delta 2309, about 2 minutes, you're going to see company 717 from the right, going whiskey.
Now joining Taxiway Whiskey. It's Endeavor Air. It's off to Richmond, Virginia.
Tower, Mike, cross 12 right, going whiskey.
Mike, cross 13 right, going whiskey.
2385, the start, Charlie, cross 12 right, going whiskey, and cross runway 4.
Cross 12 right, whiskey, cross the runway 4, Delta 2385.
Once you join whiskey, get rid of the Delta 757 coming out of the 170 edge 10.
Alright, after whiskey, 755.
Number 4 Minneapolis, join Alpha.
All right. We got an X Northwest 757-200 making its way out to Tampa. Now crossing in the distance over runway 12 right. We'll join Whiskey in a moment.
Right, put away.
7 just checking on. Clear land 12 right, Delta 1846.
No worries, what's your gate today?
Golf call.
Very good, fun and going down to Alpha 3.
Okay, Alpha 3 and, sorry, Golf 13.
13 now, roger that, still Alpha.
2614, taxi sticker.
We got another CRJ, this one on Taxiway Whiskey ahead of our 757. Going to runway 17 for departure, same with our X Northwest 757-200. And this particular aircraft is in command of Flight 2385 to Tampa, Florida.
3915 Minneapolis, meter monitor ground point 8.
Air 5530, wind 1406, turn left heading 120, runway 17. Clear for takeoff.
Right at 120, 117, takeoff, 530.
The taxi.
162 Heavy to Amsterdam Schiphol with the A330-300 and X Northwest Red Tail has just turned on its transponder. They are due to depart in a couple of minutes.
France 634 Mike Heavy, time to move, taxi via Alpha, turn right on runway 4 and hold short of Bravo.
Alpha, runway 4, and we hold short of Bravo,
Delta 2614, runway 12 left, but I'm going to park you on runway 4, reference that time. Taxi via Alpha, Delta, hold short of Charlie 6 for now.
Alpha, Delta, short of Charlie 6, Delta 2614.
So there's Air France. Time for them to move.
Ground Delta 162,
Meanwhile,
we need to cancel our push request. We just had a gate return request by company.
162 Heavy, back through metering when you're ready.
Yes, sir.
So apparently 162, I don't know, they might not be getting out on time. see. They've had to cancel their pushback clearance. They got a call from the company that they have to return to the gate. Not sure what's going on.
Going Alpha, got 6.9. The bus, heavy bus under toes waiting.
All right, Alpha 3, number to ground there, Delta 46.
Out of 1563, wind 1407, turn left, heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
So there is Delta 162 Heavy. They cannot push. So that jet bridge is going to reconnect here.
Affirmative, traffic off the right edge, your gate blocked, and I need to move you.
Thank you.
WestJet 1549, Minneapolis meter monitor ground point 8.
Round Delta 260, push
So
from
it'll be interesting to see what
260, runway 12 right.
happens with 162 Heavy to AMS. We also have Delta 298 off to Rome. That will be departing with the same aircraft type, the A330-300.
1846, ground Alpha to the gate. Product 4, proceed via Alpha to the gate.
And we see a ton of Airbus A330s here at MSP.
Ground Delta 2749, off of Fox 2, taxi with Victor.
2749, stand by. Who is the Skywest? 3792, Minneapolis meter information, Victor, monitor ground point 8.
In fact, that's, now we're looking at Delta 162 Heavy with the 330-300. Let's go ahead and dive into another one of our spotter guides.
2749, runway 17.
This one,
Charlie, hold short,
you guessed it,
right.
the A330-300, they're a mainstay in Delta's fleet. Now, when Northwest and Delta became one in 2008, the A330 fleet was something Delta really didn't care for. They didn't really want the 330s, but now they can't live without them. And they are a huge player. They are the backbone for the international services in and out of MSP Airport, in and out of Detroit. Such an invaluable aircraft for this airline. And Northwest Airlines can be credited with the decision to go ahead and place a big Airbus order in the 90s, so that way in the 2000s they had them delivered one by one. And they came in just in time to replace the aging DC-10s and some of the other aircrafts that were getting up there in age in Northwest's fleet, as Northwest was trying to modernize. And boy, did Northwest do their homework. These aircraft are so dependable, reliable. They are excellent aircraft to fly on, from what I've heard. They are very stable. They're like flying cruise ships. They are one of the easiest to handle, according to some pilots that I have heard or listened to talk about the A330, the passenger experience, comforts. And we love seeing them here at MSP Airport. Their takeoffs are also loud, too.
All right, we see the Embraer on Mike, and then the 7-1, I also believe will be behind us.
Airframe 634, Mike Heavy, turn right on Bravo, hold short of Delta. Delta 2749, monitor tower 126.7.
So I'm not sure if the jet bridge is going to reconnect here. Thought it was going to.
Taxi via Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Or maybe they're just waiting on something different. Whatever the case may be, we will certainly keep our eye on Delta 162 Heavy.
Delta 162 Heavy, hold the push, traffic fast and tail. American 2104, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Taxi 17 via Charlie 5
Okay, so it actually, I think, looks to be good for Delta 162 to push. Of course, they have to wait.
Airframe 634, Mike Heavy, join Alpha at the gate.
As you can see the tug just below the end of the jet bridge, it is connected to 162 Heavy. They're about to push.
2871 Minneapolis, hold the push, runway 17, monitor my frequency, point 9.
Tower Delta 2753, Air Navigation 128.
2753 Minneapolis Tower, good evening, wind 1308, 912 right, clear line.
12 right, clear to land, Delta 2753.
Delta 2733, use caution to 2733, 2753, 2733, wind 1308, turn left heading 117, so take off.
Monitor tower 127,
Delta 162 Heavy behind Air France, push approved.
behind Air France. Push approved, Delta 162 in. Follow the bus, Delta 2929.
Behind a Boeing 717 from the right at Mike.
All right, here we go.
Delta 260, Star 0, couple arrival, good to go.
Delta 2871, tell the ground crew Air France is into Gulf 3, behind Air France, push approved, runway 17.
Behind Air France, good question. Look up.
Delta 2131, taxi via Alpha Delta Papa, cross runway 4.
All right, here we go. Pushback on Delta 162 Heavy.
Will be on the visual 12 right. Star 696, Tower 5 and Silver Box, wind 1308, and 12 right, clear line. 12 right, clear line, copy, 696. 2733, contact departure, good night. Alright, Charlie, short of Bravo, super tech 3. Delta 260, holding short, ready when you are. Full copy, 260, we're going to try to get you out after 2. Skywest 3541, wind 1307, turn left heading 120, runway 17, so take on. Delta 2749, runway 17, we'll line up and wait. Line up point, runway 17, Delta 2749. Here's 2104, Minneapolis Tower at Charlie, cross runway 12 right, join Whiskey and cross runway 4. Cross 12 right at Charlie, join Whiskey and cross runway 4, American 2104. 2753, turn left, join Alpha, ground point 9. Alpha, ground point 9, Delta 2750. Ground Delta 2131.
1469, Minneapolis, hold the push, monitor right frequency, point 9. Delta 2753, Minneapolis, contact via Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
Delta, Quebec, Delta 2763.
4301, Minneapolis, meter, monitor ground, point 8.
Our 7 short final on 73, caution lake turbulence, traffic holds in position, wind 1407, and once you're right, clear to land, start to follow low. 45, full speed, clear to land, follow land. At 2749, wind 1407, fly runway heading, runway 17, let's take off. Silver takeoff, runway 17, runway heading, Delta 2749. At 2929, runway 17, we'll line up and wait. 260, runway 12 right, line up and wait, traffic 4 mile final, you won't be there long. Line up and wait, 12 right, no. Got 3541, contact departure, we'll see you. Got 3915, contact position, we'll wait. Delta 260, wind 1307 for now, fly runway heading, runway 12 right, that's it. On runway heading, 12 right, take off, Delta.
Via Alpha, Charlie, hold, actually just hold your position 1 second.
Hold Delta 2071.
For 3 turn
It's American Airlines 2104 off to Dallas, Fort Worth.
If you don't, I'm going to turn you left onto Delta.
Left on Alpha, and we'll look for room behind heading 6.3. about a 2 mile final, wind 1307, runway 12 right, clear to land.
What's your clear to land, Scott 3956?
Like that 588 and a half stars, actually turbines to 71, runway 17 on point.
Super 3 right, we got another heavy pushing downfield. I'll try to get a hold of them, leave the room on Alpha down there as well, thanks.
Thank you.
298 heavy, I need room on Alpha, so technically I'm supposed to have room when you push there, but do your best to stay clear of Alpha for me. Delta 2871, runway 17 via Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right, join Alpha behind the tug.
17 Alpha Charlie, hold short of Delta and behind the tug, Delta 2071.
It's 2871, hold short of runway 12 right.
Oh, sorry, hold short of 12 right, Delta 2871.
Ground Delta 162 heavy taxi.
Delta 162 heavy, runway 12 right, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4.
12 right via Alpha, cross runway 4, Delta 162 heavy.
2871 behind the heavy now, they'll join in front on Alpha.
Behind the heavy, Delta 2871.
2104.
4 minutes approved, runway 17, point enter to taxi.
This is SkyWest 3792.
1469, push approved, runway 17.
Waiting to cross runway 12 right. Headed to Wichita, Kansas.
2571, taxi with Victor.
2571, runway 12, taxi via Delta Papa, cross runway 4. Delta at Fox 8, 1032, Minneapolis, they're pushing next door on Fox 6. Them approved, runway 17, point enter to taxi.
22, Stephen.
Right down, Daniel, cross 2.
Flex jet 5, V8, time left heading 140 and contact departure.
They're pushing at Fox.
How's that for head-on look with the A330?
Yeah, Mike crossing 12 right, join Whiskey Company 3 out.
Delta 162.
71, it's Charlie to hold short of 12 right, please.
Charlie to hold short of 12 right, Delta 2071, sorry.
2915, runway 17, line up and wait, Americans rolling. Who joined with the company is starting to cross bleed there off the nose. Go 38.
Point up 5206 is on the visual 1 right.
5206, we have tower time short final, wind 1307, and 12 right, so on.
12 right, clear to land at 5206.
Got 3915, wind 1307, turn left heading 140, and 17, clip ticket.
Also, our 330 to Rome, Italy has pushed back from Concourse G, so we will be getting another A330 departure. We're also awaiting the arrival of Delta 1303 Heavy from Detroit, assuming it's on time. We also have an ATR
American 2104
that will be making its way in from Duluth, Minnesota. It's an ATR 42320F, operated by Mountain Air Cargo for FedEx. There's 162.
Victor 9690, Banamps approved, runway 17, point enter to taxi. 298 heavy, runway 12 right, taxi to Alpha, calling runway 4, behind the Embraer on the runway.
And cross runway 4, traffic 3 out.
Charlie cross 12 right, Whiskey cross 4, Delta 2871.
Got 3966, 2 left turns. If you can't make 2 left, reference at 75.
And there is Delta 298 off to roll.
Alright, 2 left, full reference and .9, Scott 3966.
Got 3915, contact departure, Sim. 162 heavy, 1 arrival, and then we should be able to get you going.
Roger that, 162 heavy, we're ready.
Tower number 5206, clear to land.
5206, stay firm, 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land, that's number 5206.
Quebec, you got room there?
Alpha Delta, Quebec, we got room, Scott 39.
Got 3792, you guys all set? 792, wind 1308 for now, fly runway heading, runway 17.
Thank you, Ferrari.
3966.
Again, Team Stripes, hello. Good evening.
Alright, Bravo, Charlie, Quebec, go ahead.
Great to see many of you are just joining us. Also, big thank you to those that have stayed with us through our live plane spotting here kind of throughout the day today.
1435 Minneapolis, meter approved, runway 17.906. 1435, runway 17.
Bus 1.
Runway 12 right, line up and wait, Delta 162 heavy. Go straight in.
Ground point 9.
2 left turn, join Alpha, ground point 9, Endeavor 5206.
Runway 1960, Minneapolis Tower, traffic holds the position at Charlie, cross 12 right, continue Charlie and Charlie 1, monitor point 9 on the way, 2.
Charlie, Charlie 1, cross, 12 right,
Let's go 3886, wind 130 at 8.
So
turn
there's
left,
Delta 162 heavy.
7, clear for takeoff.
We've also got the ATR-42 FedEx feeder now arriving on runway 12 left.
Ground up 1144, taxi sector.
1144, runway 17, taxi via Alpha, short of Alpha 4.
17 via Alpha.
So we'll see them in just a little bit.
Ground hello at Alpha, sir. Endeavor 5206, just turn on Alpha for the affirmative.
Endeavor 5206, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, Charlie, Quebec.
Alpha, Charlie, Quebec, Endeavor 5206.
He's gone. No.
If you can't quite get short of Alpha 5, that's fine. Just square it on Alpha and hold 1 Alpha 5. Endeavor 5206 now, taxi via Charlie, Charlie 5, Delta, Quebec.
Charlie, Charlie 5, Delta, Quebec, Endeavor 5206.
Brickyard 9690, monitor tower 126.7.
267, have a day for here, 9690. Have a good day.
Have an awesome flight to Amsterdam, Delta 162 heavy.
Winds 1308, runway 12 right, clear to
On
land.
the A330s, they produce some extraordinarily loud departures. They're a thunder machine.
Brickyard 9690, Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 12 right, and flow time of 44. So once you get down there, park in the 17 DI, that I'll call you closer to it.
Arriving north side on 12 left, Delta 2313 from New York's LaGuardia with an A321.
And we have a time of 44 after 90 for here, 969. Hey, Endeavor 5206.
And here's Brickyard 9690, Brickyard, the call sign for Republic Airways.
Delta 1469, taxi with Victor.
Got an Embraer on the move outbound to LaGuardia. So they're headed to 17 for a departure behind us. So they have to taxi quite a bit of ways to get there. So they'll continue to cross as they're doing now on taxiway Mike, and then they will make the right-hand turn onto Whiskey and pass by us.
Brickyard 9690, and then once you get down there, park in the 170, head off to the...
Roger, right here in Whiskey and to the 175.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. Nice! We're going to get a close taxi from our FedEx ATR-42 feeder. This is my favorite propeller-driven aircraft currently flying in the commercial aviation industry, and that engine sound is just going to be bonkers when that comes over here.
Delta 298 Heavy behind the Boeing 737, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Short 12 right, Delta 44.
Delta 1032, monitor tower 126.7.
I'm sorry, I missed that, Delta 1032.
Delta 1032, monitor tower 126.7.
267, Delta 1030.
Delta 1469, monitor tower 126.7.
Delta 1469. Delta 1435, runway taxi Victor.
Delta 1435, runway 17, taxi via right turn Bravo, cross runway 4 and hold short of Mike.
Bravo, cross 4 short of Mike for Delta 1435.
Oh, we're going to have a fantastic sunset tonight.
Delta 298 Heavy, that 73 will be at Delta, so you'll be stuck there for just a second.
Delta 1603 now arriving on 12 right from Fort Myers, Southwest Florida International. So there they are.
Delta, cross runway 12 right, right on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Delta cross 12 right, right on Whiskey, cross 4, Delta
1603, turn left, contact ground point 9.
1603, Van Amsterdam, taxi to the gate. Turn left on Mike, hold well short of Alpha. There'll be a Heavy in front of you there.
Alright, left turn Mike short of Alpha, Delta 1435.
298 Heavy Airbus ahead right will be behind you. Should go to the tower. Up 2313 ground, taxi via Charlie Bravo. Delta 2313, taxi via Charlie Bravo. Charlie Bravo. Delta 1435 behind the Heavy, hold short, runway 12 right.
Behind the Heavy, hold short of 12 right, Delta 1435.
Delta 1435, monitor tower 126.7.
267, Delta 1435.
Somebody was on hitter. 5090, Van Amsterdam, hitter, monitor ground 18. 4 Van Amsterdam approved, runway 17.9
Well, looks like that 737 is tailgating this 757-300. Man, they are close on taxiway Whiskey. So the 737 that is following close to the 75. The 75 currently in frame. The Delta flight to Cincinnati is with that 737. This is off to Atlanta, the 757-300. It's Delta 1032. And then on the other side of runway 12 right, in the background, that is our Heavy off to Rome, Italy tonight.
298 heavy Minneapolis tower traffic on the crosstown field for now, runway 12 right, runway.
Runway 12 right, for Delta 298 heavy.
For the 1435 Minneapolis tower at Mike, cross runway 13 right, and Whiskey to 7.
At Mike, cross 12 right, going to Whiskey to 1. At Mike, cross 1 right, Whiskey Delta 29.
Minneapolis tower at Charlie, cross runway 1 right, and right at Whiskey, cross runway 4, touch on the position heavy.
Clear cross 1 right, Charlie, right down Whiskey, clear cross 433.
All right, so it looks like these guys are going to cross Delta 1435. Now filling the frame. This is outbound to Salt Lake City, Utah. Took the A321. And just behind it, at X Northwest, A319 to Ronald Reagan National in Washington, D.C. All right, everybody who's ready to watch the A330 depart for Rome.
298 heavy, wind 1307, turn left heading 105, runway 12 right,
All right, here we go. They are cleared for takeoff.
Wait for a 321 to pass the tail of then push approved from a 17.9
heavy, heading 105, contact departure connect.
105, departure Delta 10, heavy connect.
1032, heading 140, contact departure connect.
140, departure Delta 1032, connect.
All right.
Delta 1469, wind 130 at 9, airfly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 17, clear for takeoff, Delta 1469.
Three Minneapolis Tower, good evening, wind 1408, runway 12 left for the land, traffic hold in position.
Hey, ground, Delta 674, ready taxi information picture.
Delta 674, runway 17, taxi via Bravo Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
So we just got an update
Bravo,
here.
Charlie, short 12 right.
Just checked in on Delta 1303, which should have arrived around this time. Oh boy, they are so behind. They're not even going to get in until after midnight. Their estimated departure from Detroit is 11:45 p.m. Eastern, 10:45 p.m. Central. They're scheduled to arrive at 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, but that's not going to happen.
2961, runway 17, line of point. Coast for 20, turn right at Papa 3, join Papa, and contact ground point 8.
267,
1469, turn left heading 140 now, 140, contact departure connect.
140, departure, Delta 1469, connect.
2614, wind 1407, turn left heading 105, caution right turns, medium on 5 miles and trail to heavy Airbus, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
05 on the heading, clear for takeoff, 12 left, Delta 2614.
Nate Lindemann says, how awesome was that procession? Well, that was pretty cool. They all just kind of, we're all moving in unison. That was pretty cool. You had about 4 Delta jets on either side of runway 12 right. That's awesome.
Delta 2961, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Circuit Breakers is beautiful light at MSP this evening. Could not agree more myself. We've been afforded some really good golden hour lighting tonight.
At Charlie, cross runway 12 right, turn whiskey, cross runway 4.
Roger on Charlie, cross 12 right, turn right on whiskey, and cross runway 4 for Delta 674.
Delta 2615, contact departure.
2614, switch to
1435, turn right heading 215, 215, contact departure, good night.
Heading 215, going to departure, good night, Delta 1435.
Delta 1144, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 5090 Minneapolis car, runway 17, line of command. Endeavor for 27 Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 12 right, traffic 4 mile final, join whiskey behind the 737.
Cross 12 right at Mike, whiskey behind the 73.
2961, contact departure.
It's be a Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Runway 17, Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, 12 right, Delta 2692.
55-3, turn right, and contact ground point 8. Delta 1144, turn left heading 140 now, 140, contact departure next. For 1590, 1407, fly runway heading, runway 17,
Delta 29, push up Golf 11 right now.
Delta 2918, runway 17, taxi via Alpha, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Alpha Charlie, hold short 12 right, runway 17, we have Victor Delta 29. After the Sierra Chase,
Short runway 12 right.
Charlie 5, Charlie, 12 right, Delta
2692, monitor tower 126.7.
2617, Delta 2692.
down there, we got to get you up by 43.
That's great. On Charlie, cross 12 right, right turn on whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 2692 for 17.
2612, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground point 9.
That's Alpha ground point 9, that's
674, turn left heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
ground 2612 off at Alpha 5 for decent push.
2612 at Amsterdam, taxi via Alpha, Delta Quebec.
Alpha at the same,
Delta 1711, pass behind the Airbus from the left at Delta. The 737 is no factor, hold short runway 12 right.
Pass behind the Airbus at Delta, hold short 12 right, Delta 1711.
1711, monitor tower 126.7.
Monitor tower now 126.7.
Ground point 9 on the other side.
Cross 12 right up Mike, Mike to Tango to parking, monitor point 9 on the other side, but the G53.
2982 Minneapolis Tower, good evening at Charlie, cross runway 12 right, turn right on whiskey, cross runway 4.
Clear to cross 12 right at Charlie, right turn whiskey, clear to cross runway 4, Delta 2918.
1711 Minneapolis
Jeff
Tower,
asks
Charlie,
me, have I
cross runway
ever
12,
had a
turn
trip
right
up
whiskey,
to the
cross
tower?
runway
The
4.
answer to that would be no. It'll be really cool just to kind of see the controlled chaos that would be up there.
Runway 17, line up and wait,
RJ
27.
headed home, watching the stream. Saw 298 that we just saw depart for Rome. Head right over her house. Nice.
Sky 27, fly runway heading 17, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff, and
2692, you're next, runway 17, line up point.
Runway 17, line up point, Delta 2690.
674, heading 140, contact first,
Joshua Leclerc says, thank you for the great show. Have a good night. Well, you too.
1406, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Runway 12 right, Delta.
The Country Humans Network says we're missing British Airways. That would actually be very cool to see British
2692 at the departure
in regular scheduled service to the Twin Cities.
Heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff, Delta 2692.
Circa 9690, runway 17, line up point. Endeavour 5527, turn left heading 140, 140, and contact departure, good night.
Left to 140, what was the rest? 5527?
Departure for Endeavour 5527.
Or departure for 5527.
55 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 left, clear to land. Cleared 9690, wind 140 at 6, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, clear for takeoff, 17, record 9690.
Things programmed. You're welcome.
2918,
Really cool to hear that you've flown the Mountain Air Cargo ATR 42 that we saw earlier. 906 Foxtrot Echo to MSP Boston GSO. Also Indianapolis too. Retired in March of 2010, brings back memories. You're welcome. I love seeing the ATR. Folks, as we start to put a wrap on our program tonight, want to let you all know that our live broadcasts are proudly supported by our friends over at DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiasts. Check them out online at dgpilot.com for all sorts of aircraft models, Minnesota-made local goods, travel gear and guides for your next adventure, along with a lot of other cool stuff. So much to talk about, not enough time to share. Go to dgpilot.com in the link below and check them out. And also by Jet Set Shirts. The Jet Set Life, wear it with amazing designs to show your travel and aviation enthusiasm. Eric has a lot of fun designs curated for you. He's got Antonov 225 merch if you're into the Antonov. Got fun designs like this MDDC t-shirts. He's got 747 gear. It's all there. It's all on Jet Set Shirts to get your AvGeek apparel today. Visit jetsetsshirts.com or visit the link below for more details. And folks, we want to thank you for tuning in to our live presentation of plane spotting on MSP Airport Live. We're looking to go live on Sunday next week as we will resume the live action
120 on the heading, going to departure, Delta 20.
from one incredible location, getting up close and personal with commercial aviation. Sundays are busy. They're a lot of fun. They're action-packed. This past Sunday was a prime example of that. And we are looking forward to our next show. We should have some fantastic weather like we did today. Still a little bit on the hotter end. We are going to be gearing up for a bit of a cool down, thankfully, in the coming week. So we're looking forward to that as well. Still really good weather. It'll be on the horizon here, except for tomorrow, though.
555.
Be a little bit on the dicey side. So, with that said, for Logan Justice, Paul Hansen, RJ Bean, and for Michael Larson moderating in the chat, I'm Alex Redding saying goodnight from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. We will see you in the next installment of MSP Airport Live. Until then, take care, everybody. We'll catch you next time.
Delta 1711, turn left, heading 120 now, 120, contact departure, good night.